Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's stream. It is Monday, the 17th of November, and I hope you are all doing well and have had a wonderful weekend. Unless you are joining us from somewhere where it's possibly still the weekend, then I hope you continue to have a great time and you have been able to escape the clutches of capital. That's right, getting a little bit of freedom in your working week, away from work during your week is a important ideal of the working class, something that I think we can all get down with and something that I think is worth protecting, an idea that we can all get behind, kind of thing. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed your weekend, had some good time off if possible. Now we've got some couple of people doing the roll call already. Cheese Swiss in the house, internet friends, how are you? Squeeb Alicia's in the house too. No can do today, friends. Conrad Leader needs me at desk today. Big quota to fill. Good luck in your service of capital there, Squeeb, unless you're just having us on for the lols, which is another possibility with you, I know. So yeah, today we're going to be going through I guess like taking stock of what's kind of happened over the weekend and just generally in the kind of world news and what's happening with the way that capitalism was working and expressing itself through the imperial core in the US of A. So you might have seen from the title of the video, if you're coming through via YouTube, you would have seen that what we're looking at today is recently, I think, as early as Friday last week, so Australian time, the Trump has or is looking to declare Antifa, so the anti-fascist groups that operate within Europe as terrorist organizations, which is interesting to say the least. I'm not going to lie, it's a bit of a stretch, but you know, for him to kind of designate European political organizations, I guess you would say political groups, yeah, political units, to declare them to be terrorist organizations. It's a big one. It's a big one. Oh, hello. We've got Indoctrinathan. Yo, yo, yo. Give up your gobbies for Bubba. Oh, my God. That's very interesting that you say that. So I actually do understand your reference there, which I'm glad because I don't always get your references. And you subscribed at tier 1 for 4 months. Thank you very much, Indoctrinathan. Oh, thank you to you, sir. I don't know why it's not coming up on the other chat. Why we can't see that. I'm just going to check Twitch now. Yeah, it's interesting. I can't see that everywhere. Yeah. The gobbies for Bubba. Now, if you're watching this and you're not understanding what gobbies is, 4AS is in the house, and we've got somebody else that I can't read. Please be real. Please be real. Please be real. Please be real. Yo, 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 yo. Are you British? No, but the accent, if you're wondering, is Australian. If it's confusing at all. Now, just a quick side note for Indoctrination's salacious claims there. Give up your gobbies for oh cool, a Kiwi. Why Kiwi talking about America? Did you even listen to me? Like, are you even trying? I'm not Kiwi, but nice try. Yeah, gobbies for Bubba. Apparently Clinton's name is Bubba. And apparently there is emails from like the big dump that's been done recently. All these emails from Epstein have been released, and like people are, you know, just scrolling through the volumes of his correspondence. I don't know if calling an Aussie a Kiwi is an insult. Look, I think some people would take offense to that, but like, you know, I find our solidarity across the Tasman to be of value. So I don't really mind. I would suggest, and this might be offensive to Kiwis, but like I would suggest that they're really, just another state of Australia, really. So, it's all the same, man. It's all the same. I think it's hilarious. It is actually pretty funny, but like whatever. They think we're the West Island of NZ. Yeah, vice versa, feeling mutual. Inversed, obviously. So yeah, Bubba is Clinton, and apparently in the emails that have been released recently, that people are, trawling over to find some juicy details about potentially Trump's connection to that whole thing. There's an email there that suggests, has Putin got that image of Trump blowing Bubba? And so that's literally a comment on Trump performing fellatio on former President Clinton. And somebody's got, this is in an email trail, and someone's got it. Potentially Putin has got it. Hence why it probably explains why Trump is so keen to placate Putin whenever he gets a chance and really eat out of the palm of his hand, because like all of these rich and powerful and stuff, like the way that they do deals is not only through literal deals like bourgeoisie style running of the world from the heights of power, and they all just it's not what you know, it's who you know kind of thing. They all shake hands and just do business with one another, making themselves more and more ingrained and rich and powerful. But they also have a lot of blackmail on each other. They all have, like I said, salacious details on one another, and like the crazy things they get up to at their wild orgies and drug-fueled parties in exclusive establishments. And so Putin does have Donald's Trump card. Oh, so good. So good. Dude, how are you still talking about this? Simply like I use like the muscles in my face to help kind of make the words, and my voice box kind of makes this vibration that is like, kind of manifests as kind of vocal tones, and then people are able to perceive this as like information. So that's how I speak about this, if you're wondering how I make it happen. I heard about the rumor that Ghislaine had a horse named Bubba. Oh my god. That's even worse. Imagine if Putin's hiding that sort of information. That would be crazy. Um, who that would want to see Trump's nudes though? I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, we've watched enough of it. If you've watched the recent South Park episodes, um, you get enough of Trump's nudes. You get enough for a long time. Coming up next in the manosphere, you aren't really an alpha if you don't blow your BFFs. Yeah, I know, right? Only a real man does that. Gets down and like pays lip service, literally, to the former president of the United States, Bubba. Oh yeah. Um, so yeah, that's the reference there. And for anyone who's wondering what gobbies means, gobbies is an Australian term for fellatio. So I don't know if that translates. Lip service, yeah, get it? Very good. All right. So yeah, like I said, we are going down a very interesting pipeline today to try and figure out what the hell is going on with Trump. Kind of just like, we knew that he'd already done this already, like within the US of A, and had designated Antifa to be nihilistic violent extremists, I believe is the terminology. And now he's taking it upon himself to go above and beyond, and apparently is listing a European Antifa outfits as terrorist organizations. And so like he's putting them on watch lists like he would, ISIS or something like that, or Al Qaeda. So this is a really strange development, like especially considering that he recently has kind of invited Syria's like new leader in, who was literally from Al Qaeda, was actually a terror on a terrorist watch list for a while. Has been indiscriminately killing, people, within his territories, Muslims, Christians, everyone, and like, Trump's brought him over. They were shaking hands and taking photos with each other last week, doing deals. But then when it comes to someone like, our Antifa characters within Europe, they are terrorists that deserve to be shunned and shamed by the Trump administration. So we're going to get a taste of that because I want to investigate what the fuck is going on there, because it seems absolutely ludicrous to me. But there might be some method to this madness. So we're going to have a look. I have a lovers in the house. Yo. What's up? What's up? How you going? How was your weekend? I hope you escaped the clutches of capital. Um, but yeah, so let's have a quick look into this because I haven't been able to research it too much myself, and I was hoping we could all do that together, if you wouldn't mind. Now, this is like, what, 2 days old now, so you might have come across this. This happened kind of at the start of the weekend for us in Australia, and then, like, I think it's just kind of gone into the background, into the ether. But like the little clip here from DW, the United States has announced that it's declaring 4 groups based in Europe as foreign terrorist organizations. They include one group in Germany called Antifa Ost. The others are from Italy and Greece. Now, if you know a bit about like kind of, well, modern history, I guess, and history after World War II, the Greeks had, they had fascists, but they also had large anti-fascist organizations. I think we watched something with Spanian and like Spanian's channel, and like he went into like the heart of kind of Greece's ghetto in Athens, and like a lot of it was formed around kind of Antifa movements, anti-fascist movements, and blocks, residential quarters within Athens, places that you don't go unless you know. That was super interesting. It was. And then so like Italy has got like a similar culture as well. Like they've obviously, they're the heartland of fascism. And so the anti-fascists there, the people that with the resistance were, a huge part of, literally fighting against fascism and the Axis powers during World War II. And then after, World War II, like kind of ridding the European continent of fascism, which like is supposed to have been a good thing, I'm assuming, but like they've had active anti-fascist presence and groups throughout those places, and ever since, like whenever needed, because like look at the way that Europe kind of is going, and the direction Europe is going in at the moment, or much of the Western world is going in at the moment. It is moving towards nationalism, hyper-nationalism, which then lends itself to kind of fascism, or at least, it lends itself to fascism, which is kind of in the economic sense that merging together when the state and the capitalist classes come together to protect the interests of themselves, and then they start looking for supporters within the population, and they can do that through hyper-nationalist tendencies. That sort of stuff is going on at the moment. So it's interesting that like Trump is now designating in Europe Antifa organizations, and when I say that, I'm using his terminology here as foreign terrorist organizations. He's listing them as threats, and threats to what? And it would be to kind of nationalism, like movements like Trumpism, but European style. And so what does that mean? Does that mean that he's going to be expecting of his European allies, just like he's pressured them all into, into a form of military Keynesianism? Hey, you need to spend more of your GDP on military spending, up it to 5% or something like that. And and coercing them to ramp their own protection up and to invest more in NATO because the US isn't going to be around for that. He's going to start coercing them now into opposing Antifa, so this like evil organization of people that are potentially ideologically opposed to the Trump style politics in the 21st century. Is he going to start, cleansing the system of ideological opponents? This is an interesting way of kind of getting control over the world. So let's get some background on that, shall we?
Declaring 4 groups based in Europe. The United States has announced it is declaring 4 groups based in Europe as foreign terrorist organizations. They include one group from Germany called Antifa Ost. The other groups are from Italy and Greece. In a statement on X, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said, today, building on POTUS's historic commitment to uproot Antifa's campaign of political violence, the Department of State is designating 4 Antifa groups as foreign terrorist organizations and specially designated global terrorists. The United States will continue using all available tools to protect our nation from these anti-American, anti-capitalist, and anti-Christian terrorist groups.
Isn't that crazy though? Like this, like against these anti-American. So like, you know, the insinuation you've got to argue, right? If you're, if you are scared of an anti-fascist, it's like the name says it all. They're anti-fascist. They're against fascism, and you think that these groups are anti-American. Isn't it kind of an admission in a way that America is therefore fascist? Like a roundabout, and like capitalism tends towards fascism, and like Christianity in this modern sense, whatever that is like this Christian nationalism, is fascism, and it's worth trying to protect our nation from anything that opposes fascism. Isn't that a weird admission to kind of make? I don't know. Since he doesn't talk anti-F so much, he should go after the vets. I know, no more supporting the troops. That's interesting, right? He doesn't like anti-fascism. He should really, go after all World War II veterans, basically. How's that contradiction? It's pretty fucking crazy. It is pretty mental. Like, what a weird admission to make, I must say. It's very strange times. Well, he does have a pretty good track record of not supporting vets. Oh my God. Yeah. Well, I think America generally, after sucking people into their military-industrial complex, just has a poor record looking after these people, you know, chew them up, spit them out. You know, and like you'd think that, you know, MAGA types would have so much more, you know, they'd be so upset with the system and have so many more grievances along those grounds, right? And want to fight for that. All right, let's have a look here. What's the specific wording? The United States will continue to use, specially designated global terrorists. Specially designated global terrorists. The United States has recently determined that 4 Antifa groups within Europe are specially designated global terrorist organizations. Can you briefly list each of the Antifa groups that are now considered to be terrorists by the American state? And can you briefly explain the origin of each of these groups? Hey, where's my Antifa card? The Oz chapter must have got it lost in the mail. I know, right? Interesting. Good question. The 4 European Antifa League groups, United States Department, as specially designated global terrorists. Okay, so Antifa Ost. The US designated Antifa Ost is also called Antifa East, Hammer Band, as one of the 4. According to the State Department, the group carried out numerous attacks 2018 to 2023 in Germany against people it perceives as right-wing and accused of attacks in Budapest. Origin. It's described by German domestic intelligence as a violent network rather than a centralized hierarchical organization. What? Some key members have already been arrested and convicted. The US statement urges their ideology is revolutionary anarchist or Marxist. Outrageous. Well, they don't have the origin of it though. Interesting. The Informal Anarchist Federation, International Revolutionary Front. In Italy, the group known as the Informal Anarchist Federation, also operating under the name International Revolutionary Front, the FAI was founded in 2003 in Italy. The structure is fairly horizontal, made up of autonomous cells that coordinate rather than strict hierarchical command. Ideologically, the FAI, the IRF, embraces insurrectionary anarchism, propaganda of the deed. Oh, no way. There you go. Insurrectionary anarchism, propaganda by the deed, and direct action against the state, capitalist, or national structures. So, propaganda of the deed is this idea of spreading propaganda, but through actions, basically. And so, propaganda by the deed, I guess, when it came to original ascendancy, I don't know, 150 years ago now, 200 years ago, probably by now. Like when it was actually associated, I think, more with anarchist outfits, but like revolutionary movements nonetheless of libertarian socialists, so people of a socialist bent, a revolutionary socialist bent, they would go and carry out actions like assassinations or something like that that had a political meaning, obviously. So instead of just printing a pamphlet and talking bad about an aristocrat or something like that in a place like Tsarist Russia, they would go out and assassinate an aristocrat. And then draw attention to that political statement or like their political position by literally doing something that could be perceived as sending a political message. And so like direct action as well. Direct action is kind of when you don't wait, I guess, for an organization or some type of official means of doing something. You just take it upon yourself to do something. So, if you were upset that they were foresting an area, there was deforestation going on, and you were worried about it wiping out some endangered species, instead of appealing to your representative, from your elected representative, and writing them a letter and saying you need to shut this down before they wipe out this endangered community or this endangered species, you sneak onto the site and you, I don't know, pop all the tires on the excavators and the equipment that they have. You sabotage the equipment. You take action into your own hands, as opposed to allowing in the system of governance and society that we have at the moment, where you just allow, or you appeal to the authorities to do that, or you appeal to an organization who deals with that sort of stuff. You take things upon yourself. So they've got an anarchist. That's interesting. I wonder where this loose as terminology was coming from. So there's this one's specifically anti-fascist, but this one is a anarchist society. They're not. I wouldn't say that. I would say most, if not all, anarchists are anti-fascists. But there is a difference between anarchists and anti-fascists, if you know what I mean. You can not be an anarchist. You could be you could be a hardcore Marxist. And be anti-fascist at the same time, or you could just be anti-fascist because you don't like fascists. But that doesn't mean anarchists are not the same thing as anti-fascists. It's interesting. Dilemmas. All right, what's crack-a-lacking? Welcome. How are you? We are kind of trying to understand. Trump has recently put out a position from the U.S. State Department, I guess, that there are certain Antifa organizations, I know you find this funny, organizations in Europe that need to be classified as specially designated global terrorists, and have been put as foreign terrorist organizations in the US. And to what avail? We'll get there, I guess. I mean, direct action isn't just protest and sabotage. It's also mutual aid, helping each other, where we see a place that government is not servicing. Yeah. So, as I said, you take action. Just because there's not an authority or an organization doing something, you take action into your own hands. So you can do some mutual aid, or you can do something in a place, like you said, where there is no government or an organization servicing a need. You take matters into your own hand. You don't wait for any type of approval. Building dual power too. Oh, so just another reason why Trump's MAGA base is leaving by him. Leaving by him? LOL. I know that's probably a typo. I'll let you. Leaning by him. Interesting. Okay, so ideologically, the FAI, the IRF, embraces insurrectionary anarchism, propagated by the deed, direct action against the state capitalism and national structures. The US specifically cites a history of bombings, letter bombs, including against high-profile political and economic targets. Another reason why Trump's MAGA base is leaving him. Interesting. Okay. I see what you did there. Probably not, though. Let's have a look. Armed proletarian justice, Greece. Let's just read it first. One of the two Greek groups designated by the US is Armed Proletarian Justice. According to the US, this is an anarchist anti-capitalist group that has carried out attempted attacks using improvised explosives against Greek state infrastructure and government targets. A reported incident, they claim responsibility or are blamed for a bomb placed near riot police headquarters in December 2023. In terms of origin, there is less publicly available to determine history compared to more established anarchist groups. Analysts note that it is part of Greece's insurrectionary left-wing space, ideologically similar to older Greek militias. Interesting. Revolutionary Class Self-Defense, Greece. The second Greek group is Revolutionary Class Self-Defense, sometimes self-defense. According to the US sources, this group claimed responsibility for a bombing at Greece's Ministry of Labour in 2024, an explosion at the offices of the National Railway, Hellenic Train in 2025. That's crazy. Verifying. Are you human? Between foreign policy and the 600,000 Chinese students and 50-year mortgages, is constant struggle. Whether to read the propaganda first or critique it first and read it slowly. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Well, I know we got what? Literally 44 seconds into this one for IS before I was like, nah, look, stop. Let's just get some context, please. U.S. State Department designates European Antifa groups as far as terrorist organizations. Third group, final group, Greek-based anarchist organization known as Revolutionary Class Defense claimed responsibility for an attack on a Greek Ministry of Labor and targeted major railway offices in April. The State Department says the group used improvised explosive devices in those attacks. Today, building on President Donald Trump's historic commitment to uproot Antifa's campaign of political violence, the Department of State is designated for... Yeah, okay. Interesting. Ideologically, they are described as anarchist/Marxist. That's an interesting mix. That's a really interesting mix. Explicitly anti-capitalists, opposing state repression and framing some of their violence in solidarity with international causes. E.g., the statement links one attack to the Palestinian people and their heroic resistance. On their origins, analysts note that Greek anarchist militant activity has a long history in the 90s and the 2000s, and some US commentary draws parallels between their operating methods and older Greek left-wing guerrilla groups. Yeah, literal anti-fascist groups, like during the war and after the war. Crazy. There's a few caveats and context. Oh my God, even ChatGPT can see through the bullshit. Far out. That's saying something. I just wanted some fucking context. But look at this. The US characterization frames these groups under Antifa, but Antifa more broadly is very loose, decentralized political movement, not a single organization. Some experts and historians criticize the designation, arguing that conflating anti-fascist activism with terrorism is problematic and risks suppressing legitimate left-wing political dissent. I think that's the point. The formal designation. Like, what's the really stupid thing about this? He's like, okay, there's one Antifa organization has been listed here, Antifa East, in Germany. The rest are all just anarchists. They're anarchist organizations that are, yeah, anti-capitalist, but like that's what happens when you allow people to exist in a supposedly liberal society and they have these ideas of their own, like political ideas of their own. They start to think that maybe the system of economy we have is not serving our needs and needs to be resisted, potentially even resisted violently, and they would take matters into their own hands. This is what happens when you have a free society. But like, doing that is potentially a problem because it is problematic. It risks suppressing legitimate left-wing political dissent, getting it caught up in the crossfire. Very interesting. So like 3 out of 4 are not even Antifa. Like, what's the fucking, man, it's all propaganda. This statement, the Epstein files are dropping, as Dilemmas is saying. They're bringing in the Chinese students. They said they wouldn't do 50-year mortgages. Marjorie Taylor Greene's rocking the boat. It's all coming crashing down. There's a revolt. No, not a revolt. There's a rupture within the influencer MAGA space. They're not all playing ball. And so, like, let's put out something where we designate Antifa from overseas. That's not even majoritively Antifa. Let's just put some heat on Antifa for a while until things blow over. What's up with the stream chat? Why no refresh? I don't know why it does that. What the fuck is this? This, ladies and gent, and in betweens is art. Oh my god. What's up with the stream chat, man? I don't know why it does that. What is this? Do I even want to look at this? Do I want to know? Do I want to know? We're about to find out. Is that Clinton? Pointing at Donald Trump? Eh? This isn't like legit, right? This isn't an artwork based on a real picture or something. It is. What? That was seized from Jeffrey. No. Really? That is an original. Oh my god, I thought this was AI. And someone's doing some fresh trans Tifa memes for us. This isn't a meme, bro. This is not trans Tifa memes. This is legit. Well, look, Epstein and Clinton, like, you can talk about Trump and Clinton all you want. Trump and Epstein all you want. They were pretty they were pretty close. The boys, But this guy and Epstein, they did some crazy stuff together. Like, he went on this tour at the end of his presidency, promoting the Clinton Foundation and trying to get support for his philanthropic endeavors. Now, he went around the world, basically. He toured Africa a lot, but he went through Asia and like all over Southeast Asia, all through China as well, and then like ended up in Europe, I think, after that. But like, he went through the global South, spreading out his philanthropic mission. And the person who flew him around the world on their private jet was Jeffrey Epstein, with a coterie of, or an entourage of, young women and like important players like Maxwell, so Ghislaine Maxwell, and some other high figures from Epstein circles, as well as high figures from Clinton circles, including the Secret Services and stuff, because he has his own personal bodyguard, and they all flew on Epstein's plane and went around the world on a philanthropic tour, which was like going around trying delicacies, young delicacies, let's say, younger delicacies around the world, and meeting high profile and powerful people, and like, offering their philanthropic services and then partying with the world's most powerful people. And that was Epstein and Clinton. And like, spending that much time jet setting around the world together on Epstein's, private jet. You could only imagine what type of stuff they were doing when they were partying together. These two, my God, this is interesting. I did not have sexual relations with that Donald Trump. Yes, that is me in the blue dress, but I didn't do that thing. Honest. So good. Imagine being the president, and when you visit your bum buddy, he's got that hanging up in the front foyer. It screams, "I own you, bitch," and I don't care who knows. Yeah, like I'm telling you, Clinton was on his jet going around the world, not the other way around. Epstein was one powerful motherfucker, like one powerful man. And yeah, Clinton went along on his rides. So did Prince Andrew. Like these guys, heavyweights in their own rights in terms of their political or figurehead kind of status. But Epstein had them, and had them on with stuff like this, blackmail. I'm not saying that they didn't have any part in it, and they didn't have the option or choice, but he had a lot of dirt on people. He was able to manipulate a lot of people. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. All right, back to this outrageous story about these 4 Antifa groups that aren't even Antifa groups, like one Antifa group.
Groups. And we can get more from our political correspondent, Matthew Moore, here in Berlin. Matthew, first of all, how's the German government responding to this?
Anya, there's been a press conference today with all the various government ministers, the government spokespeople gathered around, and they've been taking some questions. I have to say, they've not had much to say about this decision. Apart from one spokesman said that it raised lots of questions. And of course it raises questions because what exactly will this designation mean for the people, not just the people involved, but also it said that other people who are linked to these groups could also face secondary sanctions. So lots of questions there, but no comment, just apart from saying that they noted the decision. And they were also asked about whether it was proportional, and they said that, look, they're not going to be drawn into whether the German government thinks it's proportional or whether the German government is going to follow suit. What they did say, though, is the security services here in this country are already monitoring Antifa Ost, that's Antifa East. And they said, though, that the threat potential from this group had reduced considerably recently, pointing to ongoing and settled criminal cases against the group's leading figures.
So tell us a bit more about Antifa Ost. Who are they?
They're one of the groups that make up the Antifa network here in Germany. Basically, they belong to the violent left-wing extremist scene, Anya. They're also known as the Hammer Gang because of their preferred method of attack. In recent years, several suspected members have been arrested here in Germany and in Hungary, Budapest, and I'll tell you about that in a second. Basically, they've been accused of attacking fascists with hammers. Specifically, one event in Budapest, Hungary, the so-called Day of Honour, a neo-Nazi gathering where several members of Antifa Ost are accused of attacking this parade, and one particular member has already been sentenced to 9 years in a court here in Germany earlier this year for attempted murder. There are several other cases ongoing, high-profile cases that have generated a lot of attention here in Germany, with lawmakers here in Germany travelling to Hungary to show support for one of the suspects who's facing trial in Hungary. And also in Hungary, they've been generating a lot of attention with people looking for, and the government there already having designated Antifa Ost, Antifa East, a designated terrorist group.
See, that's interesting. It's got to do with Hungary as well. So I wonder if, good old Trump and his mate, Obama, have been getting together and figuring out how they can do this, how they can get some internal European political movements designated as terrorist organizations so they can go in and do something about them extrajudiciously, maybe, beyond the usual means of diplomacy, and they can take actions into their own hand. Because once you designate someone as a terrorist, you can justify going into other countries and taking care of terrorist organizations without much recourse on the usual diplomatic scene. You can't just go in and attack people on somebody else's sovereign territory. But if you're trying to get terrorists, well, that completely changes the game. Aussie Welders in the house. G'day, everyone. Yo, yo, yo. How are you? Devs, blackmail of some kind, but as they say, if you can't beat them, beat off with them. Yes, and wear a dress and call them Bubba. Halt, ich bin Hammer time. Very good. Ich bin Hammer time. Brings a new meaning to can't touch this. Donnie was probably cutting off Orban as well. Yeah, that's probably what it is. And Orban's calling in a favor. Can you designate Antifa Ost as a terrorist organization so that can justify me going in and clamping down on the violent left wing that is out there? Dr. Nathan, what do you put up here? Let's have a look. Oh, I've been clipped again. Uh-oh. And Twins is art. What the fuck is this? This, ladies and gent, and in betweens is art. Oh my god. What's up with the stream chat, man? All right, I'm going to put some of these clips somewhere. I'll stall them. Pointing at Donald Trump. Eh? This isn't like legit, right? This isn't an artwork based on a real picture or something. It is. I can't believe it's real. What? That was seized from Jeffrey. No. Yeah, I can't believe that. That's crazy. It is a good clip though. Yeah, it's like fucking in streaming Inception. I'm watching myself, and it just keeps looping on forever. Good clip though. All right, back to it. I want to learn more about Antifa. Like 1 out of 4 Antifa. This is just ridiculous now. This really is ridiculous. What are they up to? And I bet you we'll get nothing from that. They're just going to talk about how Antifa is violent and a terrorist organization has been classified and like we're handling it, like kind of thing. And like that's all they're going to say. They're not going to speculate on why Donald Trump is doing this.
So, Matthew, why did the US government then decide to designate Antifa Ost as a foreign terrorist organisation? Was there any sort of one particular thing that they pinpointed?
I mean, they mentioned these attacks in Budapest specifically. I think that you've got to look at the context. We've seen with Donald Trump the US President Donald Trump in recent months has really taken a much tougher tone when it comes to Antifa. The other aspect of this, the other context which I think is important, is that here in Germany, the far-right Alternative for Germany party has also been vocal about its opposition to Antifa and calling for much, much tougher handling of Antifa. As I say, they would like to see Antifa banned and this group, Antifa Ost, banned and designated a terror group. And the AfD has over the last few months...
okay. So there's the Alternative for Deutschland, which is kind of their, like their right-wing party, I guess you would say. And like proper right-wing, not like American-style right-wing. Like, they have right-wing ideals as opposed to just being like corporatists or something like that. So they've got a problem with Antifa, but that doesn't explain why Trump is taking it upon himself, or the Trump administration is taking it upon themselves to go after somebody else's domestic issues. This is something else. Unless this is just the bold face of US imperialism, like the face of European imperialism that we're used to, US imperialism that we're used to seeing is like in the Middle East, where like they want to kind of control the territory, so they just call everyone terrorists, who need to be dealt with. And so there's a big argument that NATO, really, its job has not really just been about containment of communist Russia and Russia after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and especially under Putin, but it's actually been a way of actually containing Europe and controlling Europe under American auspices. And so this is the other face of American imperialism, where in order for them to have ongoing help from America and keep NATO together, then America's foreign policy decisions now are being imposed on Europeans really overtly. So like the American domestic policy, Antifa is now a terrorist organization, and hey, you NATO allies, basically NATO vassal states, you subordinates to the American empire, you better start doing the same thing. I want to see you guys starting to designate Antifa as terrorist organizations. So it's about an ideological shift, not just at home, but abroad in the greater empire, including this, ostensibly free Europe that is very much kind of beholden to America's foreign policy and interests. It's stored on Twitch channel page, and you can upload them straight from there to YouTube if they're attached. They can't win a fight, so they try and appeal to the refs and say they're cheating. Classic. Yeah, I know, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Fucking hell.
A number of AfD lawmakers have been in Washington, D.C., meeting senior figures in the Trump administration, including figures from the State Department who issued this designation. And in these meetings, they've been saying, look, the AfD is politically persecuted back home in Germany. We're seeing attacks on us from groups like Antifa that just go unpunished. And so for me, it's not a surprise to see that the US State Department, after these meetings, take a step like this to ban a group, an Antifa network group here in Germany.
DW political correspondent Matthew Moore.
I don't know, it still doesn't explain it well enough for me. You didn't know USA actually stands for up someone's ass? So good. Up like a majority of the world, actually. Right? The big effort since, I guess, 1945, really, has been to ensure the rest of the world is completely destabilized so America stays on top. So good. Without having the industrial prowess. So before they were on top, because they were just fucking, they just had the industrial capacity to just dominate everyone. They had the capacity, the industrial capacity. And then they kind of were like, we don't want to do the industrial stuff anymore. Let the Chinese do that. We'll just control everyone through finance and use that finance to help fund an immense military capability. And now they're pulling back on the military stuff as well. They're like, I don't know, man. Maybe we don't want that either. But they're still ideologically imposing their will. Hard. This is crazy. There's no reason for this apart from the AfD got a bit upset. And they're like, no one takes us seriously. And Antifa are like, challenging us. Can someone do something about this, please? I don't know. It just seems too convenient, that story.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. I don't know. What did he have? Like a Scottish accent or something like that? All right. US designates. Let's do this. Oh, yes. Actually, let's get enough of this liberal nonsense from DW News. Hey, the Germans. Hey, and their liberal notions. Let's get something from Fox, baby. Oh, yeah. Let's get an understanding of how this works.
Okay, so Fox News Digital is learning that the State Department will designate 4 Antifa-linked groups operating in Europe as foreign terrorist organizations. This is going to put them among the likes of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Hezbollah. And Fox News saying that the 4 Antifa-aligned cells are active in Germany, Italy, and Greece. They are all accused of organizing or carrying out bombings, shootings, and other politically motivated attacks. We do still have retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and host of the Strap podcast, Hal Kemper, standing by. He, of course, has been joining us. We always ask him about these Antifa-related stories, especially when it's classified as a domestic terrorist group. Back when Antifa was classified as a domestic terrorist group, we had you on, Hal. What's the significance of raising that to an international scale?
Well, also, there's a few things that go with this, but one of the things is that title, domestic terrorist.
Like they elected a 78-year-old Liberace. Surely no one is surprised that he's a bit of a knob jockey. LOL. just a little bit. Okay. It's low, just in case the majority of their viewers have their hearing aids up too high. I was wondering because we've watched a bit of Fox Live before and it always seems to be a bit lower. I thought the tactic was to smash it as loud as possible, catch people. Wait, they will be considered the same as... Yeah, you heard that right. they will be considered the same as Al-Qaeda, the same Al-Qaeda whose leader was just in the White House. That's what I was saying before. He was shaking hands with someone who is like really recently, literally part of Al-Qaeda. They changed their name, like had a rebranding exercise, and now they've taken over, and they're killing lots of people. Let's be just clear about this, including Christians. If we remember what was going on with the Nigerian threat, just like last week, was it? Just the other week, Trump was threatening Nigeria because there's a Christian genocide, and we've got this guy who's from like previous Al-Qaeda, so terrorist and killing Christians, and like he's out there shaking hands at the White House and doing deals. And they're up there, Antifa, Ost, and the anarchists of Italy and Greece are up there with Al-Qaeda in terms of what the Western world needs to take seriously in terms of domestic terrorist groups. No, you're not allowed to make that connection. Sorry. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well said. All right. Sorry. Let's get back to the expert that they've got.
Few things to go with this, but one of the things is that title domestic terrorist. Under U.S. law, we don't really have a way. I mean, it's being said by the administration. It's certainly a term that can be used, but we don't have anything that distinguishes legally what a domestic terrorist group is. And so what this does is it takes these other groups, like Antifa in the U.S. We've called it a domestic terrorist group. All right, now we're looking at Germany's Antifa Ost, which is the East Antifa. Even in the name, it kind of infers that it has a connection to the Western Antifa, which is the one that we have here. So that links them to that group. We do know that they communicate globally, in the internet.
Okay, can we fact check this expert over here? I wonder if that sweeping comment there is true. Where does the Antifa Ost East derive its meaning from? Is that East Germany or East in relation to some other geographical area or region? Ost is German word for East. The group is referred to Antifa East. The US government sanctions designated, they list Antifa Ost, also known as Antifa East. Geographical regional meaning. The name does not clearly refer to historical East Germany, informal. Instead, it designates a more contemporary network, violent left-wing extremist cell operating in the eastern part of Germany, or roots there. That's from Newsweek. It's got a source. Newsweek, that's a good source. German media analysts refer to it as network, rather than a formal mass organization. East is fairly broad term. It's ambiguous. Could mean Eastern Germany, but not necessarily the GDR in a historical institutional sense. Some of the reporting describes Antifa Ost simply as German-based rather than specifically East German. German intelligence domestic security analysts suggest it's a violent network, not a large formal organization. So Eastern German, but the name likely refers to a region and network origin in Eastern Germany, not necessarily a direct link to the former East Germany state. Yeah, okay. Because this is an interesting assertion this expert is making. He's saying that it's East because German represents East and America is West, and so they link together. The American Antifa and the German Antifa come together, two halves combine. And then they'll have ultimate power, and so it justifies. Anyway, the only reason I'm asking is because justification there is just like, well, we can go around calling other people's political movements terrorist organizations in supposedly free countries, because, you know, they're linked to America somehow. So this Antifa East is just the sister organization of Antifa West, which is on American soil, of course. Oh, so the German anti is different kind of terrorists. They aren't the head chopping kind, just the anti-capitalist kind. Anti-capitalist, anti-America, anti-Christian kind. They don't do the choppy. Eh? Right? So that makes them potentially even worse because it's nebulous. At least you know what you're working with other terrorist groups. These ones just don't like Christian values and the American way. And so they describe themselves as Antifa. So by, you know, logical conclusion, you'd have to say that being anti-capitalist, if you're Antifa and you're anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, and anti-American, all those things must be forms of fascism then. So it's a wild admission, let's just say.
We do know
when 5 wings of Antifa combine, they become Captain Planet. That was the reference I was trying to seek for. Like, I was going for it, but I couldn't remember the line. With our powers combined.
So that they communicate globally, you know, in the internet, they communicate, coordinate actions around the world. So if we can pick up on that, and pick up the connection between Antifa members here with Antifa members or Antifa minded or like members or movements in Europe that have been designated international terrorist organizations, that gives more potential legal prosecutorial capability to go after some of the Antifa membership here, particularly after that.
Expert may be a real stretch on Fox, LOL. How dare you slander? Definitely an expert. But like, how does this expert align? You know, you might find some small truths in what he's saying here. It's just like, oh yeah, they organize with each other, so that's, you know, that's reason for us to kind of take care of them, if you know what I mean.
That hardcore base, even though it's a movement and there isn't a formal organization, you can easily do a line and block chart where you can see where the hardcore membership or the hardcore believers are and how they coordinate, orchestrate, lead what the larger movement does. And much of that is through virtual leadership. It gives them the ability to do that. And then, of course, if there's any money going back and forth, we can go after them because they're a, you know, especially designated international terrorist group. If there's any money going back and forth, you can get them on, you know, financing of terrorism and things like that. So in focusing on these groups,
just like the CIA finances terrorist organizations, it'd be nice to, you know, pin them with some of the stuff that they've been doing over the, you know, the many decades, right? It's just so rich when they come out with this type of rhetoric and they're really worried about people moving money around the world to fund terrorist organizations, which is something that the American deep state has just been doing non-stop, including in Europe. They like left people behind in Europe after World War II to stage terrorist attacks or direct action and propaganda by the deed to destabilize political environments to get people to vote for like kind of more right-wing policies and political parties to keep people away from fucking communism. The Americans were really worried about Europe after World War II because anti-fascism was so popular because they literally just beat back the fascists, and so everyone was pretty naturally an anti-fascist, and so they had to do some crazy stuff to try and turn people's opinions away from anti-fascism, which was evolving into communist sentiments because people were like, well, you know, look, we've had 2 world wars now, it's fucked up Europe pretty hard. Maybe we should do something that isn't capitalism this time. Let's try out that old commie thing. See how that goes. And so like they had to work pretty hard. Destabilizing the area, let's just say. And getting rid of this idea that fascism, anti-fascism was cool, man. It's the US playbook. Accuse your enemy of the thing that you do / have done. Yeah, I know, right?
and we're not going to do strike missions on terrorists in Greece, Italy, or Germany. All right.
Of course
But
not.
by doing this, it allows us to do some things here. It also allows us to put them on some lists where they would not be able to come to the United States and a variety of other things.
There's questions about how organized, if at all, Antifa is domestically. Is it the same situation with the European version?
For the most part, these groups are called movements. They're not called formal organizations. Now, we used to see this the same thing. If you want to go back in history, with Black Bloc, which is where these groups kind of go back to. That was a group that they were against the U.S. They were kind of pro-communist, but they were very much against us putting Pershing missiles, nuclear missiles, in Germany. And Black Bloc would come out there and protest, and they would all wear black, and they would not be part of an organized group per se. However, when you start getting into it, you would find that there were some key figures that were kind of orchestrating and leading and coordinating all the activities that were going on. And that's the same thing you see with Antifa today. It's kind of this leaderless resistance model, but when you get into it, it's not really as leaderless as it quite looks. It's just officially or overtly it's leaderless, but behind the scenes, you do find that there is a hardcore base that tends to orchestrate
Movements, eh? What is that? I can't see it very well. I would like to know more. If I could expand that. But yes, movements, not an organization. It's a movement. I know we've had this debate on here before. Is it really an organization? They call themselves movements, which flies in the face of our propaganda that they are organizations. But don't focus on that. Yeah, they're movements. So how do you call movements terrorists? It's a bit of that's hard too, right? Because you have to do a bit of organizing to instill terror. This feels like when the internet first came out and you were trying to explain how it worked to your grandma, but she couldn't get it. Redolent doing a Homer back into the bushes. Right, okay. Got it. I thought I saw that Simpsons scene. Interesting.
everything that's going on. They talk to each other. They communicate. They communicate throughout Europe, and they communicate from Europe to North America. And that's what this designation does, is allows us to use certain intelligence capabilities, investigative tools to link some extremists, violent extremists in the U.S. with some of these designated international terrorist groups over in Europe.
So I guess my final big question here is, will this in any way, shape, or form have any implications on far-left political groups and organizations in Europe?
That's an interesting question. That's one I've been...
Yeah, they get start trawling through Telegram or something. Hey, oh wait, this isn't an anti-fascist group. This is an actual fascist group. Oh, don't worry about that. Yeah, whoops. Sorry. I bet their evidence for communication is a WhatsApp trap group. Yeah, see, I knew it. You were all in the same WhatsApp group. The boomer generation, including Trump, has hit the ceiling of their baseness. The liberal world order is dying, pups. Just here to watch a trash fire. How you going? I can't wait to be labeled SEA or Oceanic Antifa. That's pretty good. What's SEA then? Oceanic Antifa's got a nice ring to it. Sounds like kind of tropical. I'll take that.
When I saw this, I go, that is really interesting. Will this change the political dynamic? Now, some of these groups, with Italy being more to the right in terms of political leadership, they might jump on this and
Southeast Australian, go. Interesting. Southeast Australian Antifa. Watch out. Well, we're all on a watch list, eh? We're all on a watch list. Southeast Asia. Oh, Southeast Asia. Yeah. Let's go with Oceanic. I like that one. Oceanic Antifa warms F hearts with a cool island song. So good. Joke's on them though. I'm still a fash telegram. I'm still in fash telegram groups, so they might get confused. Yeah, we're not sure how to designate this one person. Let's just put them in both. Don't know why autocorrect did that. Yeah, interesting. All right, well, let's go with Southeast Asia. Look, I'm still thinking. I like Oceanic Antifa. Antifa pack. Yeah, that's pretty good too. I'm just here to watch a trash fire. Wait, why does it keep doing this? All right. But I'll talk Southeast Oz. I'll take Southeast Oz. Yeah, it's good that we all agree on the branding. So when they come, or if anyone tries to go on holidays to the US, good luck. Got you figured out.
Put some layers on top of this that would allow for greater cooperation in going after these groups, and it might allow them, through, the associations they're in, to maybe go after some other far left politicians or far left political figures that may be associated with these groups. The same thing you might see in Greece, the same thing you might see in Germany.
Enjoy the walk.
In Germany, in particular. Because we have, the vice president, amongst others, have come out and talked about how German politics is frustrating to them, and that the far right side of it has seemed to have been almost officially pushed down by the government, yet they've been growing in political popularity amongst the German voters. And so this might add a little wind to their sails as well by allowing a little more pressure to be put on some of the far left side. To be certainly not involved with things like Antifa Ost events.
So, like, the justification for doing this is that the ADF have been a bit butthurt that the government has cracked down on, like, their far right supporters, and so they're upset, and so they've decided to designate this, like, this movement as terrorists to placate upset right-wing people in Germany that are probably associated with real fascists. That's what it's about. They're upset that they've been targeted, so like the left needs to be targeted now. That's what this is about.
And things like that.
Al Kemper's a retired Marine intelligence officer, national security analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast. Hal, what's coming up on Strat? What's the latest?
Oh, no, please, that's enough. My God. I don't want to know. I really don't want to know. All right, I want to see what Al Jazeera has to say about this. Tell me, Al Jazeera. Give me your outside Qatari perspective on this one. Let's move away from the West. Tell me what to think. From an Arab perspective, the administration of the United States President Donald Trump has designated 4 European groups, basically designated global terrorists, for their links to the loose-knit left-wing movement known as Antifa. What's that? What the hell's that? Thursday's announcement was yet another step in Trump's campaign to dismantle Antifa, short for anti-fascist. Ah, that's what it is, of course. The 4 sanctioned groups include Antifa Ost in Germany, the Informal Anarchist Federation, the International Revolutionary Front in Italy, Armed Proletarian Justice in Greece, and the Revolutionary Class Self-Defense, also in Greece. I love this name, by the way. Revolutionary Class Self-Defense. That is such a sick idea, isn't it? It's self-defense, man. As part of the Thursday statement, the U.S. Department of State declared additional plans to list the 4 groups as foreign terrorist organizations. It's accused the four groups of a number of violent acts across Europe. The U.S. State Department warned that the designations come with consequences for any U.S.-based person or entity that did business with the 4 groups. Okay? This is how they're going to start weeding people out, right? You liked a post by the Informal Anarchist Federation and the International Revolutionary Front. I've seen you. You've been sharing their propaganda. You're first to go to the gulags in Alligator Alcatraz. That's where it's going. Persons that engage in certain transactions or activities with those designated today may expose themselves to sanction risk, the State Department said in this statement. Notably, engaging in certain transactions with them entails risk of secondary sanctions pursuant to counter-terrorism authorities.
It's important to clarify first that Antifa is not a specific organization. It's the kind of mode of radical politics in opposition to fascism in the far right. Antifa, of course, is short for anti-fascist or anti-fascism. So there are Antifa groups, but Antifa itself is not an overall organization. They're independent, they're separate, and in some cases do different things. Moreover, insofar as we think of terrorism as being about like Al-Qaeda blowing up buildings and killing people, the greatest form of violence that self-described Antifa in the U.S. have engaged in is basically fistfights. So to me, it seems like a rather...
There's that one. There's that one's for you, Avalava. You know, where Al-Qaeda kind of like blow up buildings. Antifa in the US, they kind of like do fist fights, I guess you would say.
Transparent effort by Trump and his allies to demonize the left writ large under the rubric of a term that has generated a kind of negative publicity in the mainstream eye. The playbook of authoritarianism is pretty clear that authoritarian governments expand the range of their repression when they can label a circumstance a crisis or an emergency and label a specific group beyond the pale of acceptable politics. And so the label of Antifa...
And it's such destruction. So good. Punching fascists in the face, blowing up buildings. So good.
In the context of other alleged emergencies around immigration, around tariffs, around drugs, and so forth, labeling Antifa as a terrorist organization could conceivably allow the administration to target anyone on the left, anyone who dissents, anyone who protests.
Anyone who dissents, anyone who protests. This is just like, you know, this is the next thing on the list from what we saw, like, what, a couple of months ago now, where they started quoting this stuff when they came out with, what was it, NSPM 7? The National Security Presidential Memorandum number 7 or whatever it was, talking about like who are the real threats now that we need to look at. Trump expands terrorism definition. Critics have accused Trump administration of expanding the definition of terrorism far beyond its traditional meaning. While terrorism is often used to describe domestic and international threats that use violence to achieve political aims, Trump has applied that label to drug cartels and Latin American gangs and Antifa. Narco-terrorist experts, however, point out that Antifa is a broad political and protest movement with no unified leader. It's generally seen as a collection of principles rather than an organized movement, and many Antifa protests are peaceful. Still, on September 22, Trump issued an executive order saying that he would designate the left-wing group as a terrorist organization. Antifa is a militarist, anarchist enterprise that explicitly calls for the overthrow of the United States government, law enforcement authorities, and our system of law, Trump said in the order. It's funny because there are right-wing ideals that, you know, actively seek the overthrow of a corrupt and decrepit government, right? You know, draining the swamp, getting rid of the deep state, all that sort of stuff. This is, you know, an attack on the American state ideology, or ideas anyway. Experts have also raised concern about the First Amendment right to free speech and association under the U.S. Constitution, arguing that Trump's designations could dampen left-wing activism. Speaking of Antifa in the singular is misleading and plays into Trump's efforts to repress the left. Historian Mark Bray, the author of Antifa, the Anti-Fascist Handbook. Is this Mark Bray? Is that what he looks like? It is. That's Mark Bray, right? Interesting. So Mark Bray, I don't know, a few years ago, 5 years ago maybe, wrote the book, The Anti-Fascist Handbook. And yeah, kind of explained the history of anti-fascist movements in Europe and and the US. As like other documentation around the world, but primarily those two spheres. Breakhouse doubt on Trump's assertion that Antifa is a coordinated organization and conceals its funding sources and operations in an effort to frustrate law enforcement. He's trying to promote the common right-wing conspiracy theory that there are shadowy financiers like George Soros playing puppet master behind everything the left does. So good. The reality is that Antifa groups do not have large budgets at all. Yeah, that's why they're like hammers. And they have basically crowdsourced or generated from members themselves. It's mostly for bail, really. Hey? Here you go. There's one for Indoctrinathan. Can you actually play that? Oh my god, you can play it. Hey? Is that Bubba? Hey, Bubs? Is this safe for work? Let's have a look. It's not safe for work. It's not safe for work. Wait, what? Oh, man. Don't do that. Don't be a prick. You bastard. Let's see if I can watch this then. This is the boys. Oh, this is AI. Come on. No. No. That's gotta be AI. This isn't legit, bro. Who put that there? Who found this? Oh my god. Far out. It's the Judea People's Front. I thought it was the People's Front of Judea. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story. Yeah, fair enough. All right, let's have a look here. What's this? Is this something about Antifa? It's gotta be AI, bro. Interesting. All right, so like nothing fresh coming from Al Jazeera on this one. They've just gone straight to someone. Come on, you never know in today's world. Oh man, come on. If only he said Baba, right? If only. You never know in today's world. Don't leave me hanging, bro. Seriously. Don't do that to me. All right. That's enough with Antifa. Like, honestly, this is outrageous. So, like, the running theory is that the German right wing, potentially Orban, because they've been active potentially in Hungary, are upset and they are sick of being demonized by liberal types, like the mainstream liberals of Europe, those progressive douchebag Europeans. They're sick of being singled out, the right wing, and so they want some justice. They want some revenge, and so help us designate Antifa as a terrorist organization, which will force the hand of the European vassal states of America, and they will organize or change some type of policy decision to also designate them as terrorist organizations and put the same heat on them as they put onto the right wing in Europe. So this is like potentially a pressure campaign. This is also just, some way of America able, like, investigating links between potential anti-fascist organizations across the Atlantic, maybe. And so then they can bring people to justice if they have been somehow associated with a foreign terrorist organization on home soil. Maybe this will be part of the roundup once, in a couple of years' time, I'll start rounding people up in America and say, hey, you were in the same WhatsApp group as some Antifa types from Germany that are foreign terrorists. You're a terrorist too, and then they can throw them in alligator Alcatraz. Or what I seem to think is probably also a likely story as well. Trump's copping a lot of heat, and like there's a bit of chaos going inside the party, within the influencer community that has been very large and important for the Republicans, I guess, and for Trump's movement, the MAGA movement. And he's copping a lot of heat with the Epstein stuff. So like, why not make this announcement and draw people's attention towards Antifa, I guess. Does the right think Antifa is Fight Club Project Mayhem? Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? Yeah. What do I think's going on here, honestly? It's, you know what, it is Fight Club, but it's Fight Club in the sense that they fight against what they see to be the development of fascism, which, if you know anything about history, it's pretty worthy of kind of resisting, if you ask me. I don't know why he's so gung-ho on demonstrating that it's not worth fighting against, and it's just simply kids, nihilistic, violent kids. Jesus doesn't want to see this, but he has no choice. Who put that in? Jag, is that you as well? That's crazy. Why? I don't get it. Why does Jesus have holes in his hands? Hey. All right, that's enough for the anti-fascists. All right. I think people who think Tyler Durden from Fight Club is a cool masculine punch boy are currently in power, but don't have the literacy enough to realize he's radicalizing people for a class war. Yes, good. Rally to the class war. Honestly, it kind of feels like a bunch of people without kids. Very generalized view, but still. Right, because they're able to organize and like do all this sort of resistance. Look, I guess there's kind of a lot of that demographically anyway in the Western world. There are a lot of people that are, I guess you could describe, of that ilk. And so they are kind of freed up from the, I don't want to say burden, but I would say the time constraints of social production. And so they're able to, do stuff like, political stuff. And I guess make choices that other people might not if they need to, get home to social production and all that sort of stuff. Or they have other engagements because of social production. But like, there's a lot of those kids out there on all sides and doing all different things, not even getting involved politically, right? All right, let's move on, shall we? Now, I don't know if you have seen this, but Mexico has been going fucking off chops in the last 24 hours. So let's get some context on that. But like, people are saying that this is kind of Mexico's Gen Z revolution, or it's like a Gen Z styled revolution. It's funny that like Gen Z has got its own style of protest now. Like movements in the mid 2020s onwards now are going to be referred to as Gen Z style of protest. So it's young persons that are, I don't know, rallying behind particular symbology, like the One Piece flag, and sporadically organizing or organically organizing against governments on the grounds of corruption, government corruption, being tagged as this stylized Gen Z protest. So Mexico's been going off, like I said, in the last 24 hours. And it seems to be against, like I said, government corruption, but they're specifically going after the president, Claudia Sheinbaum. And like, I think the mainstream media kind of does this anyway. They kind of say things along the lines of, oh, look, it's everyone's coming out and like, everyone's trying to overthrow the government, and they make this big story about how they want to, destabilize the Mexican government. But I don't think it's that clear. Like Mexico, big place, huge population. And if, thousands of people get out and start demonstrating against the government, that doesn't mean the entire of Mexican society is behind these protests. It may just be a very specific, even niche group within Mexican politics who are out there protesting and, you know, pretty violently, or like not violently, let's say pretty dramatically, you know, against the government. So bring on the Great Southern Trendkill War coming to a Mexican border near you. Eh? That's the joke of why the right don't protest. They have jobs. Yeah, there's a lot of that good kind of right wing takedown, owning the libs kind of rhetoric. LMAO ICE would arrest in real life Jesus by zip tying through his handy holes. Savage. All right, let's have a look at this and get some context, because I think this is important from a let's analyze the capitalist system at the moment and what's happening in the imperial core. Now, as we have been researching, and I'll just leave this with you, as we've been researching over the last few months, America's foreign policy is turning its eye to kind of regional stabilization in the American sense, i.e. regional destabilization everywhere else. I think there is some interesting theory on this, or interesting evidence on this. America is trying to destabilize Greenland because it wants Greenland to assume into its territories. There's destabilization efforts, I think, going on in Canada. Jag put something really interesting. I haven't watched the whole thing. It was just a bit crazy, I must admit, in Discord. And it's like there's this state in Canada that wants to secede and become independent. So, like, I reckon there's destabilization efforts going on in Canada. Trump was talking about, you know, taking them over anyway. And Mexico, right on you know, the US southern border, has had cartels designated as foreign terrorist organizations and narco terrorist organizations that allows the Americans then, as terrorist organizations now, to go into Mexican territory almost without, you know, the usual diplomatic kind of processes to take out terrorists. And so, like, are they really taking out the cartels to kind of help fight terrorism, or is it just an excuse to kind of destabilize along the US-Mexico border and then kind of infiltrate the country and start like taking territory and expanding the US interest in there? Or is it just destabilization generally so they can make sure that they're just top dog in the entire American continent region? And when I say American continent, I mean like right down connecting via Central America. So is this part of that? Because when we looked at the Nepalese protest, the big kind of conspiracy theory, or the running theory from American imperialism analysis of that situation, was they were all fighting on their grounds of government corruption. And government corruption is the story that the NED, so the National Endowment for Democracy, an organization of Americans, soft power, an organization that was in Nepal, was setting up little organizations and groups within Kathmandu to get people agitating for a problem with Nepal's government over corruption. And so the exact same line is being used right now in Mexico. They're protesting. It seems to be a right-wing protest group. So right now they have a left-wing president, and there's right-wing protesters at the moment that are upset about corruption. So corruption, if anything, that really ties the Gen Z protests all around the world together, or the Gen Z revolution. So one thing that's tying all this stuff together is this idea of fighting against corrupt governments, and Gen Z are being used and like kind of as a vehicle to help destabilize politics in certain points of interest for American foreign policy around the world. So let's have a look at this. Nice Pantera reference. Great Southern Trendkill. I can't tell who runs Mexico. Is it the cartels or the Jewish president? I call upon Monkey D. Luffy to all Discord vote to overthrow Albo. I'll be waiting for the Ice Jesus meme to hit my feed. Don't overthrow Albo yet. You want Lay in charge. I wouldn't put her in charge of making a sandwich. I don't think a lot of people would, actually. They're not very happy with her. Interesting. All right, let's do this.
At least 120 people, 100 of them police officers, have been injured in clashes during anti-government protests in Mexico City.
So this is 8 hours ago now. So like it's pretty fresh what's happening in Mexico.
Thousands of demonstrators marched in the Mexican capital to protest against violent crime and the government of Claudia Sheinbaum. The president accused right-wing politicians of funding
Google I enjoyer. Right, I hope I read that right. Hello, my fellow fascism haters. What up, what up? Was the Fatima Payment Skibbity Parliament speech a Gen Z protest? Googly eye enjoyer. Oh, okay, right. Thank you. I missed that one. And welcome.
the marches. Our World News correspondent Joe Inwood reports.
They came to call for an end to corruption and violent crime and took their anger out on the presidential palace. Police with riot shields fought to hold them back and were met with stones. They fired tear gas in response.
Look at all those fucking rocks going, man. Like there was what? We had that protest in Melbourne, I think it was recently. No, it wasn't even a protest. It was a March for Australia rally, I think. And there was a potential clash that was going to go on between the pro-Australia part and the pro-Palestinian part that was counter-protesting, and they threw rocks at the cops and they broke their shields, and like the police commissioner was holding up like one rock and was just like, they threw rocks. This is outrageous. They are so violent. And like, look at these Mexicans go, man. It's not just one rock that the police commissioner could hold up to show an example of evil trans-Tifa activism. Like, these guys are going fucking hard.
Authorities say that the majority of those injured were police. Many of the protesters carried the black skull that has become the symbol of youth protests around the world, although there were said to be people of all ages here.
This is one of the most corrupt governments we've ever had. A sold-out narco government that, instead of defending the people, chooses to protect the corrupt and the cartels.
We're going to fight until the end. We can't allow Mexico to become like Venezuela or Cuba, a dictatorship. Mexicans are fed up.
That's interesting, isn't it? I wonder where this person gets that propaganda from.
We're going to fight until the end. We can't allow Mexico to become like Venezuela or Cuba, a dictatorship.
They obviously don't like Cuban or Venezuelan politics. We don't want none of those evil commie dictators, that's for sure. They should have a protest Olympics where each country submits a protest and a police team, and each country's police and protesters go against each other in a tournament bracket. That is actually pretty fucking genius. But like, can't we just have like a world police? And so we have all these different countries submit protest groups, and there's like one world police, like outfit from the US or something like that. Maybe JAG can submit the NYPD for us, and then everyone can go against that one copper outfit, just to make it fair, so we know which protester can fight against which group of which oppressive element the best. That's interesting. I like that. You are a genius, so I'll give you that.
Mexicans are fed up.
That picture he was holding was of Carlos Manzo, the mayor of Uruapan. He had called for tough action against Mexico's cartels and was assassinated as a result.
Carlos Manzo. I think I heard about this. This was a while ago, though. I thought this was weeks ago. Can you briefly describe what happened to Carlos Manzo in Mexico? He was the mayor of Uruapan, a city in the state of Michoacan, Mexico. He was known for speaking out against organized crime and cartel violence. The assassination on the 1st of November. Oh, it wasn't that long ago. All right. Oh, a few weeks ago. Yeah. During a public Day of the Dead celebration, Manzo was shot multiple times. He was hit 7 times, according to Federal Security Secretary. He was taken to a hospital, but later died from his wounds. Yeah, far out after getting shot 7 times. City council member and one of his bodyguards were also wounded in the attack. Authorities identified the gunman as Victor Manuel Videles, a 17-year-old. Jesus Christ. Teenager was reportedly addicted to methamphetamine. More than just him was involved, or at least 2 other people. Importantly, the attack is believed to be linked to organized crime. The Jalisco New Generation Cartel. His death sparked public outrage. Interesting. Wouldn't mind seeing the NYPD burn. Yeah, wouldn't you? You'd offer them up as sacrifices to be attacked by the world's Olympic protest front runners, eh? Because we need the standard. We need one copper outfit, basically, one police outfit. So we can have like a good test. You don't want too many variables in there. The Mexicans, they throw rocks much better than Australian protesters. Australia wouldn't be up there, that's for sure. I wonder if Al Qaeda could front a team, because they're up there with Antifa in terms of their threat levels, apparently. All right, back to it.
Many were wearing the cowboy hat that has become his symbol.
We are marching for the vile murder of Carlos Manzo because we want justice for him and for all those who have lost their lives and their property at the hands of criminals.
It was not just Mexico City that saw protests. This was Guadalajara, where the state palace was not so well protected. Despite the unrest, Claudia Sheinbaum has high approval ratings and blamed the protests on her right-wing opponents. No one would deny that Mexico has deep-rooted problems with violent cartels, but there seems no easy or peaceful solution. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Savage. They're going ham. My God. All right, let's have a look. Does the president have a high approval rating currently? And is there any substance to the claim that the protests are predominantly by her opponents or by right-wing people? Yes, across multiple recent polls, her approval is strong. She has 81% approval. Wow. Maybe she is a dictator. Her approval is 68%. That's still pretty good, even if that's low. Polling around 73%. Another poll put her at 82. Fuck, that's high. It's crazy. There is some truth to the claim, according to different sources, but it's not that simple. Clean cut, just right-wingers. Sheinbaum's accusation, President Sheinbaum has publicly accused the right-wing groups of trying to infiltrate the protests. According to Politico, she claims that right-wing parties and right-wing influencers are manipulating the protests. It's interesting. Goddamn influencers. This is the commie president of Mexico, right? Yeah, it is. It is. I think she is a socialist, right? Yeah. She also says there's bots on social media boosting attendance or the appearance of protests. That's interesting. Who is protesting? According to Politico, many of the protesters are young people, Gen Z, not older right-wing political operatives. The Guardian reports the protests are led by Generation Z, and while many are frustrated with crime and corruption, the movement is not monolithic. Now, this is interesting. Like, she's making claims of bots, and it's all young people that are Gen Z. and they have, again, they're frustrated with crime and corruption. These are all telltale signs of the new atlases, the Brian's theory on everything in terms of American destabilization, and like it's all adding up, right? There is support for some right-wingers or wealthy figures. There is support from some right-wing or wealthy figures. Politico notes that former President Vicente Fox and billionaire Ricardo Salinas Pliego publicly supported the demonstrations. So yes, Sheinbaum is very popular right now. Yes, there's some substance in a claim that right-wing opposition is playing a role, but the protests are not purely a right-wing phenomenon. There is a strong youth component, and many protesters seem motivated by real, non-partisan grievances, crime, corruption, impunity. So it's partly accurate. Okay, so where's my research assistant? Oh wait, I'm listening to my, right, got it. We are right here. So crime, corruption. Does the National Endowment for Democracy have any operations within Mexico or specifically Mexico City? Please provide sources. Now, as I said before, the National Endowment for Democracy is one of the vehicles of American soft power. So, according to one of its founders, anyway, the National Endowment for Democracy is an organization which is funded by the American state, so by the American taxpayer, that spreads democratic values throughout the world. And the founder, the first president of the National Endowment for Democracy, described its importance being it does the stuff that the CIA used to going around the world doing, basically, like I said, destabilizing governments or instituting people that are conducive to American foreign policy decisions. And so, like I said, the NED has operated in places like Nepal recently. There was a Gen Z revolution there, and they actually overthrew their government. Good question. The short answer is yes. The NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, is active in Mexico, but publicly available documents do not clearly show a fixed office in Mexico City. Rather, most of the evidence is about grant making for Mexican civil society organizations. According to the NED's own Latin America Caribbean grant listing, there are several active NED grants in Mexico. For example, fostering transparency, accountability, and democratic governance in legislative branch, a project which will build a technological platform to link citizens' priorities with legislators. Oh my God, it's all through tech now, isn't it? Another grant, fostering democratic governance for state-level judiciary branches. In its financial year 2024 annual report, NED reports US $3.4 million in direct grant funding for Mexico. Interesting. Well, they're active. It'll take a lot more investigation to figure out whether or not they are fostering issues with a corrupt government over there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure she is a socialist, as with the previous leader, who is of the same party. They've been the ones who have made the most beneficial change to Mexico and have been very anti-US. They still have many difficult internal problems, which it seems the right-wing folks are taking advantage of here, says Avalava in the stream chat. And for all of you who are wondering where I'm reading this from, like, you can see it kind of on the center part, like just above my head. That's where the Discord chat is. So if you're watching this and you're new here, here is an invite to our Discord community. Go over there and share some of your propaganda. You've seen some of the propaganda that's come through today. Jesus, potentially AI, Bubba, and Trump. Clinton in a blue dress. This is where we share our propaganda, and it goes beyond just the streams as well. So you can come and join us over there and just kind of join the conversation. And here is my Patreon. This is how I get notifications out to everybody, and like I know it's going to get to them because it's like linked to email. So if you can go over and join, like become a free member on Patreon, no strings attached, and then I can definitely get notifications to you that aren't eaten up by the algorithm kind of thing. I wish we can interview more people on the pod from these protests to get their thoughts. That would be nice, wouldn't that? I wonder if there's like a forum or something for us that we could go on and just ask people if they want to talk to us about their protests. The corruption angle of any Gen Z protest is interesting. Yes, it is for us. Like it really seems to be the wedge issue for all of the the Gen Z stuff at the moment. Like all of them have complained about like corruption. Now that's not to say that there isn't corruption issues, but that seems to be the way that the NED anyway has been able to spread or sow the seeds of discontent out there and get people kind of upset. One other shameless plug actually, while I'm here, we have recently, myself and Forias put out a podcast episode on the Revolutionary Think Tank podcast. So I'm not sure if you're aware or across that, but go over and join. I'll get you a link to it.
Hello, everyone.
This is the link to the recent podcast episode. So I know a few people here. I know you guys watch or keep up with the podcast. Go and have a look at the podcast. It's there. And here's the link to... That's funny. It doesn't have its own link. And here's the actual podcast, like the channel for the podcast. Go and have a look there. We actually spoke about something interesting this time, which was how would the courts or how would law and the legal system work under socialism? It was actually a really interesting discussion, I think. So go and have a look at that. All right, enough shameless plugging. Let's get back to analyzing what's going on in Mexico. Protests erupt in Mexico. Oh yeah, might as well. Let's do this. Let's get a Fox News interpretation. I think this will be really telling, actually. A Fox News interpretation of what's going down in Mexico at the moment. They obviously, I think, because of the way that the propaganda model works, because it's so good. Like, there's a lot of liberal media that you can't trust because they try to be objective. So they give you both sides, and you're just like, well, why are they giving me this side and why are they giving me that side? Like, are they trying to be impartial or are they trying to, code in the message? And you kind of have to be wary about it. But like Fox News, they don't give a shit. Like, it's not impartial at all. And so you can actually learn a bit from what they want people to be talking about, what they want people to know about, I find. So it's really interesting. So like, what do they want Americans to think about what's happening in Mexico right now? How should Americans think about this?
Massive protests breaking out in Mexico City. More than 100 police officers were injured in these violent clashes outside of the National Palace. The unrest follows the assassination of a mayor who had criticized Sheinbaum's approach to fighting drug cartels. Demonstrators, many of them Gen Z, accused the president of ignoring cartel violence and rejecting U.S. help to combat it. Leonardo Falcon and Ignacio Gonzalez are here. They have a podcast called the Leo and Nacho podcast in Mexico, and we've had them on many times on Fox Noticias. I'll start with you, Leo. Why don't you just explain to the American people what is happening at this moment, because Mexico is in full revolt right now.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good morning to the United States and good morning to you, Rachel. And what Mexico is currently facing is a national awakening. What we're looking at, what you're probably looking at in the screens, is a protest of the Gen Z movement in Mexico, where there are no parties that they are leading this. It's the youth, it's the Mexican people. It's not about the left, it's not about the right, it's about the Mexican people wanting the best for the country. And we're all together in this protest. We're all together for a better country, and we see it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We saw over more than 100,000 people during the streets of Mexico, and it was pretty impressive from our part to see it for the first time. And we were actually there, so we're very happy of the people that showed up in the country and that they are pushing for a change.
Nacho, why are the Mexican people so angry at Claudia Sheinbaum, your president?
Well, in a country which you have 60 murders and 40 missing people a day, every single day, of course they are shocked. Of course they are shocked.
Yeah.
We, the youth, are really desperate because we don't see the light. The generations see the teenagers after this horrific situation. We decide to protest.
Yes.
Not with a flag of any.
Look at that police line. Can you guys see that? Look at that. Form testudo. Look at that. That's like Roman shield wall kind of thing. Look at all the coppers in there. It just goes on and on. That's mental. Hey, damn. Maybe we should get them for the fucking Olympics.
Party, no, because they are killing us.
Yes.
That's the reality.
Okay, so what do you believe that Claudia Sheinbaum is complicit in this? We've had senators on here, Senator Lily Tejas, who bravely said Mexico is indeed a narco state, and she said that Claudia Sheinbaum and her Morena party, the political party she belongs to, is in business with the cartels. Is that true in your opinion, Leo?
Well, when we look at what Nacho just mentioned, when we look at 60 murders, 40 missing people every single day, the narco state of Mexico makes it pretty obvious that there's some things going on behind the curtains in the Mexican government.
Yeah.
This is sad, but what we look at here in the protest is that there's actually a noticing. There's actually a noticing of all of the Mexican youth, of all of the Mexican families, that they are saying, how can this be happening? And when you have such a big amount of the population mad, upset at what's happening in the country.
Yeah.
So nice sidestep. It was, wasn't it? It's just like, yeah, but like, let's just go back to the deaths thing. There's 60 people. They got their like propaganda line, and they're just like, we just like, ram this one home a few times. Why are people so upset? Well, look. Yeah, it didn't say anything defamatory. I can't believe a political opponent of a Jewish politician got killed for opposing their views. What a world we live in.
Something's going on.
So are you saying that Sheinbaum is Jewish? Is that what you, because I think you've said that like twice maybe now. Is that what you're talking about?
And that's when you have a protest like the one we had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, people should understand, not only was that mayor murdered in public with his wife and his child there, but then a few days later, another mayor.
For our noticing doth growth.
Was executed. He was actually decapitated, his head placed on the hood of his car. This kind of stuff happens all the time. It's totally normalized in Mexico, and the Mexican people are sick of it. Now, President Trump, Nacho, has said, I'm going to take on the cartels in Venezuela, and of course, there are transnational.
Here's the wedge. This is coming. Look, they're protesting. People are upset. Corruption. Current rule of bad. Here we go. Here it is. Are you ready? Now, Trump said he's going to come in and save the day. And he's ready to take on all of the cartels single-handedly. Have you ever seen that picture of Trump as Rambo with the rocket launcher and stuff like that? Trump's coming in. He's got the fucking bandana on his head and stuff. Trump's coming in single-handedly to do this. Yeah, big Jewish communities in the mostly Catholic Mexico. Right, okay.
And the Mexican people are sick of it. Now, President Trump, Nacho, has said, I'm going to take on the cartels in Venezuela. And of course, they're a transnational network, and that includes the cartels in Mexico. He has gone to Sheinbaum and said, will you help me? But her help appears to be very superficial, not real. What do the Mexican people want, Nacho?
Can you watch this guy? Like, every time she's about to ask him a question, like, I thought he was just like taking the piss before, but it seems to be his mannerisms. Maybe he's on something.
Very superficial, not real. What do the Mexican people want, Nacho?
Yeah.
Especially Generation Z.
He's having a good
Generation
time.
Z is the one who is sort of fueling this protest. In fact, Claudia Sheinbaum printed out the names of all the Gen Z influencers like yourselves who were encouraging people to come out and protest, which is like putting a list out for the cartels. So tell me, do the young people like you want the help from President Trump's administration and from our military?
The Generation C want peace. We don't care if that peace come with American flag in the left arm or the right arm. We don't care. We want peace. The situation we're living in Mexico is crazy. It's crazy, and we have a president who prefers to talk about influencers and content creators instead of fixing the real problem,
which is the cartels.
Leo said, which is the cartels.
Last word,
we don't know what the problem is. We all know it. But
yeah, you know that
she
the
prefers
problem...
to look the other way.
Correct. Last word, Leo. Do the Mexican...
That's how you know he is a real Nazi. He's actually living like the man himself, method, use, and all.
People, does Generation Z Mexicans want President Trump to eradicate the cartels, even if that...
I know, like, and they've been on Fox a few times. She said, I wonder how much these guys gets paid. None of the sparkling fascism bullshit either. Yeah, I wonder how much they got paid. And they didn't even have to say much. She's cutting them off already. All right. How do I get a speaking gig at Fox?
Want President Trump to eradicate...
Yeah, see, like, answer the fucking question. We got a propaganda line. Do they want Trump in there? Just say the word. Mexicans, Gen Z is revolting right now in Mexico. Not a staged thing at all. You know, it's you know, don't worry about the fact that the current administration is actually quite popular. No, Gen Z wants it done, wants her out, and they want the Americans to come in with their military and take out the cartels. This is not a domestic issue. They can't handle it themselves. America's going to have to come in and like start, you know, shooting up the place. Please just say the line for our audience.
Does Generation Z Mexicans want President Trump to eradicate the cartels, even if that includes military work, military actions?
I think that's a great question, Rachel. And I think this question works for every single country that is facing such a big and important problem, such as in Mexico. When the Mexican people is in these conditions, when the Mexican people is desperate, as Nacho said, we don't care if it's Russia. We don't care if it's Russia. We don't care if it's the United States. We just want collaboration. We just want collaboration to end this problem for once and for all. We want peace for the Mexican people. We want growth for the Mexican people. We want the future Mexican kids to be in a state of peace, not in a state of war and in a state of insecurity. We don't want it anymore.
Yeah, well, you are our neighbors, our biggest trading partners. What happens in Mexico should matter to our entire hemisphere and especially the United States. So we wish you luck, and we are really proud of the courage of your generation to...
We are your largest trading partner. You're in our backyard. So we will take it as in like Russia's on the other side of the world. So if you really want some collaboration on this issue, you know where to turn. These guys look like salt of the earth workers, huh? Real working class suits right there. I know, right? Yes, I wonder where they get their opinions from. Probably their class interests. I wonder what their class interests are.
To cartel violence, corruption, and crime, and take that on in the streets. So good luck. Thank you, Leo and Nacho. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rachel. We are going to win. Thank you. Have a good day.
Have a good day.
You got it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Does anyone know what that means? Anyone? I wonder what that means. That's an interesting one. What's going on? So is it just like harmless Gen Z, you know, coming to political maturity? I like the kids now at a stage where they, you know, they really are expressing themselves and coming to light. They have their own ideals, they have their own agenda, and they're just expressing themselves. And this has just been organically done by all these influencers in Mexico who are telling people, you know, get out and fight against the corrupt government. And they all just got up one morning and they decided to hit the streets and start protesting and throwing rocks at cops and trying to storm the presidential palace. Like, is it just that natural? Now, Brian's grand theme of everything, you know, he would say No, of course it doesn't work like that. This stuff is organized, and it's organized over time. And so this is the manifestation of that organization. You have it here. They are rioting and looking to oppose and potentially even overthrow the government. They want to depose the government. And that's what we are witnessing here. And so it's not just, yes, this natural occurrence that happens when people just get upset. And, you know, the fact that the mayor was so violently killed, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of progress being made on this issue of organized crime and violence, that everyone's just got up one morning and decided to storm the palace, the presidential palace. No, this is probably a result of something much larger and going on in the background. And so, is that what is happening here? Is this the way that Americans can justify to their Mexican neighbors? Is this how they will justify coming into their country? Look, you're destabilized anyway. Like, people are pissed off. They're calling out the corruption. We're going to come in. We'll clean up the organized crime. Maybe we'll come in and clean up Sheinbaum as well. Maybe she needs to have kind of, you know, she needs to get the boot, and the American government, like, just let us in. And they were like, look, we don't care if it's if it's Russians or if it's Americans. We just want some collaboration. And so if they start to normalize this talk and, like, you know, let's get somebody in to help us, you know, slippery slope stuff, man. The presenter really let those guys speak their truth by cutting them off all the time. Yeah, as soon as they didn't give the message. And, like, they didn't even really answer her question properly, because they don't want to be, like, shamed by, you know, going back to their audiences and then people being like, hey, you said that you want Americans in here. We don't want Americans in here, kind of thing. What's wrong with you? They're like, we didn't say that. We said we just want support. We want collaboration from everybody, which is exactly what Claudia Sheinbaum has been saying. As soon as Trump started threatening that he was going to go into Mexico and take out these narco-terrorist organizations, she was like, hello, no, we will deal with it. And if we need help, we will let you know. We are open to getting assistance with this problem, but we will dictate how it's done. And so, like, you can come in and assist us, but you're not just going to come in here kind of without, like, on your own directive and just cross into our borders and do whatever the hell you like. You have to do it with us, and with us in the lead, which is not the American way. The Americans do not follow other people's orders. Usually if they take some type of position on something militarily, it's obviously the Americans are commander-in-chief. They take the lead role in that one. So, like, Claudia has said the same thing that these little Gen Z podcasters have said. She's like, yeah, we will coordinate. We're happy to coordinate with other people to take on this issue, but it's on our terms. And they didn't want to say it. They didn't want to say, yes, America, here's the fucking keys. Come in whenever you feel like it. They didn't want to say it. They probably get eaten alive by their own supporters. All I heard was the Mexican youth are sick of the political elite running countries into the ground and focusing on what affects them, like influencers. I don't know anyone on an hourly wage that cares. Sorry, on countries into the ground and focusing on them, what affects them. I don't know anyone on an hourly wage that cares about influencers. Got it. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Well, there it is. So that's what I guess they want the Americans and Mexicans to think about this. Okay? It's important. How do you manufacture consent for, like, a war right on your southern border? And, like, how do you get that consent from the other side as well? It's not just how do you get that consent from the American people about, you know, invading your neighbor and, like, justifying that as what stop the flow of drugs coming in and out of the country, which is questionable, right? Because, like, there's still drugs getting into the US and they've secured the border, and, like, there's still drugs. Like, that's like fentanyl's just dried up or something like that. All right, so this is Al Jazeera. Again, like, I tried to get a different perspective, like BBC, evil liberal establishment, got that tick. You know, Fox News, angelic right-wing voices and opinions, tick, got that. Let's get some outside of the West kind of style propaganda on this one, just to try and mix it up a little bit. Everyone's got the same footage as well.
Ire in the streets of Mexico City, fed up with corruption and violence of drug cartels. Demonstrators tore down metal walls protecting the National Palace. They blame President Claudia Sheinbaum for not doing enough to bring justice and investigate the assassinations of at least 10 politicians since she took office 1 year ago. Protesters are demanding that the police focus on protecting them from criminal networks rather than cracking down on demonstrations that call for meaningful change.
We cannot be in the hands of a country ruled by crime. No more. I think we have reached the limit.
Some carried...
So, like, it sounds like these people, like with the Nepal case, they have legitimate concerns. Like, people don't want to have to suffer, like, what's the word? The indiscriminate violence of organized crime. Like, these are legitimate concerns. Are they being weaponized, though, for more nefarious purposes? Like destabilization of your country at the hands of some foreign power that wants to come in and just, like, fuck shit up? Like, maybe, you know, like, we've speculated on this as well. Like, maybe Trump's real endgame here is to set off some war in the Caribbean, which is what he's doing with Venezuela, that we're going to have a look at as well. But, like, you know, just to kind of fuck up the region a little bit and then draw Americans, like, as in US citizens, into the fold and be like, look, we have to declare war. We have to declare a state of emergency. And under that, I can get special powers. And that's where, you know, President Trump turns into President for Life Trump, because of the never-ending war in the Caribbean right on American soil. And, like, this is what we're going to have to do to secure our future and save us all. And then soon enough, it'll be, you know, Trump Jr. is going to be president. He's going to be the next in line for president for life. Good luck to you. Good luck to you guys. Good luck to my American friends and allies.
Generation Z pirate emblem flag used by young protesters in Nepal, Morocco, and Peru. Others wore straw hats, a symbol of Carlos Manso, the mayor of the western city of Uruapan, gunned down 2 weeks ago. Yet another victim of drug cartels.
We are marching for Carlos.
Feels like the puppet masters thought schooling and indoctrination would create an entire generation of cucks. It's turning out to be the exact opposite. Well, like, useful opposites, right? It would seem. They can be, you know, they get a bit angry. They're told what to be angry about, kind of thing. It's just like, make sure you protest against this one. Maybe you should destabilize. Maybe you should get rid of your own government for me, for us and our foreign interests, and we'll take the rest from there. Interesting.
Manzo for the vile murder of
drug cartels.
We are marching for Carlos Manzo for the vile murder of Manzo because we want justice for him and for all of those who have lost their lives and their property.
I wonder what his political leanings was. This would be interesting to find out, wouldn't it? The mayor, Menzo, what was his political orientation? I.e., was he left or right wing? No, just give me the quick summary. God damn. Not really left-wing or right-wing, but in conventional ideological sense, he was more of a security populist, tough on crime, independent. His roots in Morena suggest some left-wing alignment originally, but his later break and independent run signal a pragmatic, issue-driven political identity, especially centered on fighting cartels. He seems to have built his appeal on personal credibility, bravery, and anti-corruption, anti-cartel rhetoric. Interesting. So he's kind of like, he's just an independent then. Yeah, okay. His independent campaign was aligned with a local movement he helped found called HAT Movement, Movimiento del Sombrero. That's crazy. Strongly anti-crime, publicly rejected the hugs, not bullets approach to criminal groups, saying criminals deserve the full force of the Mexican state. He advocated for lethal force against criminal groups if they resisted arrest. He wore a bulletproof vest in public, signaling he was very serious about the personal risks of his anti-cartel stance. So it seems his stance was literally against. Oh my God. So some media describe him as a hardline mayor on crime, even calling him the Mexican Bukele, referencing Nayib Bukele, El Salvador's tough on gangs president. Well, he's pretty fucking right wing, I would say. He calls himself the coolest dictator in the world. So people have, compared him to Bukele. That's pretty crazy. Other analysts note that he began in Morena. His independent turn and his confrontational posture towards organized crime didn't map clearly to traditional left-right divides. Yeah, fair enough. It's not so simple, eh?
At the hands of criminals.
Ahead of the march, President Sheinbaum said the protests are a strategy paid by foreigners linked to right-wing groups.
There may be young people who disagree with us, and that's part of democracy, but it's very important to know how this mobilisation was orchestrated. There is evidence that many of the promoters have nothing to do with Generation Z, but rather that this is a political operation, even financed from abroad.
Mexico's youth are among the most vulnerable. They were the main victims of homicides in 2024. Sheinbaum, whose approval ratings remain above 70%, has recently unveiled a security operation and a so-called plan for justice and peace to be first implemented in the violent western state of Michoacán. Protesters say they want concrete measures now to
That's how you say it, Michoacán. Interesting. I was wondering how to pronounce that.
Counter impunity, demanding the government take real action against corruption and organized crime. Mariana Sanchez, Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out.
Love how she says that. Al Jazeera. All right, interesting. It's just something to think about. That's why I wanted to have a look at it. I don't think we're going to get much more value out of this conversation apart from the fact that this is the continuing narrative of the Trump administration. It seems to be, part of how they're looking at foreign policy objectives in order to meet their internal designs to be able to deliver on something like, the butterfly revolution, being like kind of this dark enlightenment principle about bringing on the end of enlightenment principles like democratic society and democratic social norms within American society. And so you can do that by kind of pointing to all the problems that exist in your neighboring territories, looking to find solutions to them, and then framing the conversation around protecting the homeland by projecting your power out and like actually being on the offense. The best defense is good offense, kind of psychology, I guess you would call it, mental gymnastics, let's say. And so part of their whole solution of the Trump administration's playbook, if you can call it that, is to ensure that they have reason to move beyond just securing the borders and waging war. And it would seem that Mexico, just like, by the sheer fact that it's neighboring the US and itself, it has its own problems, which can be used to justify an aggressive stance. They will be, first on the chopping block, and they're up there with Venezuela in terms of it being used to drum up the fear of invasion and America under attack. That siege mentality that goes with doubling down, handing over your civil liberties, your rights, and all that sort of stuff to some type of autocrat, some type of dictator. Hand away your political power, your political autonomy, so somebody secures and protects you. And this seems to be a big part of that story. And so this protest would seem to me to be part of what people would describe as color revolutions, where the Americans specifically through the CIA and other Western intelligence services, maybe, you know, in concert with, you know, the Mossad or MI6 or, you know, other intelligence services around the world, they'll stage, you know, government overthrows to put in puppets of their own choosing that will kind of meet the needs of America's strategy and foreign policy, and its need to just continually destabilize the world to ensure that nobody matches or challenges their hegemonic rule. And like, you know, it's got a lot of potential. Mexico, it's industrializing heavily. It's got a huge population. It's got a young population. It has all. It's significant in U.S. trade. It's significant in trade globally. It's got ties to China. Like, it has the potential to grow into a very advanced industrial nation and really challenge American power on that front. And so it's good to keep that place destabilized. And it serves multiple interests, like I said, like in order to convince the American people that they need to move away from democracy as part of some weird dark enlightenment plot. Serves, like, these protests really do seem to serve a lot of functions, if you ask me. It seems too coincidental. Like, if this had just happened by itself, fine, but we've seen multiples of these now. Like they explained, we've seen Indonesia, like just this year alone, we've seen Indonesia, Nepal, Morocco, Madagascar. We've seen these things all predicated on this exact same issues, the same symbology, and somehow linked, at least a handful of them anyway, linked to American soft power organizations, the NED, and how they help organize protesters within other people's countries, all on the basis of corruption. So let's move then to the other play in America's book about, you know, what to do in their backyard, and like how to convince the American people to give up more and more of their civil liberties, which is Venezuela. And like, we spoke about this when it first happened, and we were looking at this, investigating, and we're like, I wonder where this is going to go. Do you remember that? Like, we were looking at this like 2 months ago now, maybe more, maybe 3 months ago, when he first started like putting out the stuff about the narco terrorist organizations. It wasn't just in Mexico, it was in Venezuela as well. And then they started talking about the cartel of the Suns, which is kind of the head of the culmination of all the drug activities, I guess you would say, the organized crime and drug cartel operations that happen in Venezuela. And then the association was that the cartel of the Suns somehow is actually in charge of Venezuela, and actually Venezuela's government is really a cartel called Cartel of the Suns, and Venezuela is the head of that cartel. So there's no actual legitimate government in Venezuela. There's just a big cartel that runs everything, and at its head is Nicolas Maduro. And Maduro needs to be taken down, and then they put the $50 million bounty on his head to try and, you know, encourage someone from within just to be like, you know, and then like cash in for their reward. And like, that something hasn't really happened. But in the meantime, like, first of all, they sent like a couple of ships, I think it was, with like a few thousand Marines. And now America's ramping up, and they're like stationing themselves outside of Venezuela. They're right at the strait between kind of Venezuela and Trinidad, and then like and they're popping people in the Caribbean Sea. They're popping people in the Caribbean Sea, like, non-stop. I think they're up to like 15 or 16 vessels now. They've killed, I don't know, more than 100 people, all Venezuelans, who are supposedly, without evidence, taking drugs from Venezuela into the US. Now, I don't know if you know your geography pretty well. Actually, let's have a look at it. That might be there might be a funny way of demonstrating a point, which is actually pretty somber. But let's just do it anyway. Here we go. You see that? So here's your fucking. Here's your. Oh, do they have a? Yes, they do. 500 clicks. 500 Ks is from Caracas, to, let's just say, for argument's sake, to Puerto Rico. Oh man, why does it zoom out like that? You bastard. Anyway, long story short, to get from Venezuela to Miami is it's got to be close to 2,000 kilometers. It's not, kind of across the ditch kind of thing. It's not a small area. So the idea that Venezuelans are getting in small boats with one, I don't know, engine on the back of it, and they're gonna take drugs in these tiny little boats over the seas to get to the US is pretty outrageous. It's pretty outrageous. I am no captain or something. I'm no, I don't know much about getting out onto the water. I've been on a handful of boats in my life. But you don't take small vessels like that to go from Venezuela to the US. It doesn't make sense in that frame of thought. And so if they're popping people that are coming out of Venezuela in these tiny little boats and say, it was full of drugs, and they kill 10 people at a time in a boat, these are probably fishermen and stuff like that. They're probably people doing localized operations, not people that are running drugs. And especially not if the American Navy is right there. Why would you give them the opportunity to do that? It just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make any sense, this stuff. And so they're just literally popping Venezuelans in the Caribbean Sea with absolute impunity. And the world, the UN and stuff is no, you shouldn't be doing that. That's not allowed. And America's like usual. And we'll just do whatever the fuck we want. And so now they're amassing more and more of a military presence. And so the speculation at the moment is, well, what is the US actually going to do? Are they just going to sit there and keep popping fishing boats? Or are they going to do something else? And so what they're speculating on is, at the moment, they are positioning themselves in a way that would allow them to actually missile strike certain areas in Venezuela. At the moment, as we know, or recently, there was about a month ago, all these reports coming out that Trump had personally sanctioned CIA operations in Venezuela to destabilize the government somehow, or just basically gave them a free license to do whatever the fuck they want to bring down the Maduro government. And so they're probably arming local insurrectionist groups, local militias, paramilitaries, people to try and destabilize the region internally, using domestic groups to do that, supporting terrorists. So as long as they don't call themselves Antifa, that's the main thing. But whatever, the Americans are supporting local efforts to destabilize the government. If that fails, what are they going to do? The question is, are they going to start striking, missile strikes into Venezuela to overthrow the government? Are they amassing these troops here because they're actually going to land somewhere? Which is a big call. But we are looking potentially at America justifying an actual invasion of Venezuela on the grounds, again, remember this, on the grounds of nothing else but drug running. There's some type of perception here that all of America's drug problems comes from Venezuela, not from Colombia or something traditional like that, or even Mexico itself at the moment. It's coming from Venezuela, which up until now, people wouldn't have really said that. Like I said, people would have thought about Colombia, I guess, as being the place that they get their drugs from. or Mexico. Like, why is it all of a sudden Venezuela is just being picked out as like the center of all of America's problems and the fentanyl crisis and all that sort of stuff? Well, fucking, they're about to try. They're posturing an actual invasion here, like this type of shit in the Caribbean, like actual invasion, not CIA destabilization stuff. It hasn't happened in a long time. I guess you could say like one of the last and most shameful operations that the Americans had was in Cuba, right? Bay of Pigs kind of stuff. They've done stuff, they've literally done stuff in Panama, like along the Panama Canal. The Americans have gotten involved there, have done things there. But usually it's all, proxy stuff and using their intelligence services to destabilize regions. But this is happening. They're amassing troops. It's pretty crazy. Remember that time we had the Stop the Boats campaign and we did it without blowing them up with a smaller population but the same landmass? I get it doesn't make sense and they're probably just killing anyone, but we've seen Indonesian fishing boats be demonized for far less lucrative trade in worse seas. I don't think that's the line of argument against this policy. What do you mean it's not the line of argument? What, that it's ridiculous that they would be shipping drugs on fishing boats to the US? Is that what you mean? I think it is pretty ridiculous. But like, again, like I said, I am no sailor, that's for sure. I don't know, man. It is pretty crazy. It's a pretty crazy line for me. Anyway, that's just my opinion. But like, are you saying that justifies popping fishing boats though? Like indiscriminately in somebody else's territories? I don't know, man. It's a bit of a stretch, even for the Americans, to justify that. I am no sailor. Okay, right. Well, look, it's a bit of a dangerous spread. Like, if you think that the Americans can justify popping fishing boats because they think that there might be drugs on them, that's exactly what they're hoping. I think people will buy that as a legitimate mode of operation. No Ideas said it not at the beginning. I'm not sure what that's referring to. I'd say Ukraine in 2014. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a big call. No, I said it's not. Oh, okay, right. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's just a crazy situation. And especially with the amount of military buildup they've got. So I want to have a look at where we've developed now, because at the time when we first looked at this, it just seemed crazy. And we were like, they're not going to really do anything. They're just posturing. Because like America has been posturing with Venezuela for ages. Like Trump did it last time. And they tried to, replace Maduro with one of their own puppets. And like that didn't work. So what are they going to do now? They're actually going to invade? And it looks like they're getting closer to that option.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has criticized joint naval exercises between U.S. and Trinidad and Tobago that are set to begin this weekend. The drills come as part of a U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean and follow a string of attacks on vessels it claims are smuggling drugs. In his address to supporters, Maduro also left aside the usual rhetoric and took a different, more musical approach.
Imagine there's no heaven. Venezuela's President Maduro takes an alternative approach to calling for de-escalation with the United States, using John Lennon's anthemic Imagine. Imagine us people. The song might call for the world to live as one, but the heightened military tensions in the Caribbean, including the USS Gerald Ford seen here in September, are anything but unifying. On Friday, the US released this footage of what it says is a, quote, lethal strike on a vessel involved in narcotics smuggling earlier this week. It also announced it will conduct a new round of military exercises in the Caribbean, this time with Trinidad and Tobago, once again raising the ire of President Maduro.
The government of Trinidad and Tobago has once again announced irresponsible exercises, lending its waters off the coast of Venezuela for military drills, intended to threaten a republic like ours, which does not allow itself to be threatened by anyone.
Speaking on Air Force.
There's a strong argument. There's strong arguments, then stronger arguments, I guess. Fishing boats are small on big seas. Like, why is the American in Venezuelan territory to begin with? Or they were nowhere near the US. They were in fishing Venezuelan zones. Or even, what right does America have to just kill people on suspicion? Yeah, I already actually said all of those. But what I was pointing out is how ridiculous it is that America is using the pretense that these boats are going to travel all of this way, and there's no other avenue for them to get drugs into the country, but like traversing the seas with tiny boats to get to the US. There's other places that you can do that trip from in the Caribbean, as opposed to going from Venezuela when you know that the American Navy is amassing right outside your territory. I said it's pretty ridiculous, actually. I already mentioned all of the things that you've listed there.
One, Donald Trump told reporters a decision could come soon on whether to take military action against Venezuela.
Tell us what your next steps will be. But can you say, have you made up your mind on what you'd like to do as far as action?
I sort of have made up my mind, you know. I mean, I can't tell you what it would be, but I sort of made up my mind.
What?
Damn. I can't tell you, but I know what I want to do. Bastard.
Trump's mounting force in the region has faced pushback from US allies. At a G7 meeting in Canada, France's foreign minister said the targeting of boats in the Caribbean disregarded international law.
Session this evening and tomorrow.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio also had to deny reports that the UK has stopped sharing intelligence on suspected drug-carrying vessels with the US over fears the information could be used in lethal military strikes.
So there's another kind of rumor that's going around, which, like, again, as I've just said, Marco Rubio's just been like, no, this hasn't happened. There's like kind of this rumor that the British were kind of like, we don't want to be part of this, because they've been giving intelligence. They share intelligence, the UK and American intelligence services, and they don't want to have anything to do with the indiscriminate killing of Venezuelans off the coast of Venezuela by the US military or the US Navy. And so they've stopped sharing information, and Marco Rubio's kind of be like, no, this is outrageous. The UK would never do such a thing. We are allies. We love one another, etc., etc. And so, like, let's have a look at this. What the development has been. I was hoping to get more from Trump there than just being like him saying, oh, you know, I've made up my mind, but I'm not going to fucking tell you what it is. So, like, he obviously knows what's going on. It's a great plant, a good plant, the best the world has ever seen. Eh? I've heard someone say it's the hottest plant right now. It's so hot. So like there's this, I guess part of the development of this war on Venezuela has been something that Hegseth has dubbed Operation Southern Spear. So this is the type of developments that we've been looking at, I guess, over the last few months now. Where are they really going with this? And so like I just wanted to check out what Operation Spear is going to be. I think the argument is that it's blatant ignorance of the fact the majority of drugs get into the country through shipping and corrupt officials letting through loads without checking. I see the fishing boats issue as semantics issue where there might be some truth and you can get tangled up in arguing over that point for hours while the real issue is ignored. Well, I, for one, am enjoying this spin-off season of America. America First versus MAGA wasn't on my bingo card. Thanks, Seth. Yeah, no fatties in the operation. Yeah, no fatties at all. Let's get rid of all those fatties. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced the launch of Operation Southern Spear to target suspected drug traffickers in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. The US now has 15,000 military personnel in the region. Over the past 2 months, US has blown up at least 20 boats in the Caribbean. 80 people have been killed in what is have been killed in what are extrajudicial executions under international law. All right. Like I said, like I normally say with Democracy Now, like you might, like when you watch other typical media sources and stuff like that, you have, your guard up and you're like, this is like just liberal trash. But like with Democracy Now, sometimes it's hard to tell. So like always keep in mind that they are very much on the liberal train of everything. Except although people can have fatties after we get the job done and blow our freedom load over the Caribbean, lovely. America First versus Israel First, not MAGA. Yeah, that's the current position at the moment, isn't it? That's definitely the current divide for the MAGA base. Israel first or America first? So that's like the billionaire class versus the American plebs. Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on? Operation Rough Rider. I wish I could just duplicate this. I hate how it does that. It's so annoying. Whatever. Operation Rough Rider, freedom of navigation for US ships. Is this legit? Operation Midnight Hammer, obliteration of Operation Southern Spear, destroy narco-terrorists killing Americans. President of the United States, Trump means business and the world knows it. Peace through strength. Rough Rider is a studded condom. Midnight Hammer is starting your day off drunk. Southern Spear is anal. Tell me more about your life. That's fucking hilarious. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Hegseth's been called out. Maybe he's been on an Epstein flight or two, eh? Much love from New Zealand, bro. We're watching the American show get spicy. I know, right? Tell me about it. Tom Jones, welcome. Let us know, Tom Jones, have you been on here before? Tom Jones is back. Let us know if this is your first time. Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Rough Rider. Yeah, the GOP isn't gay at all. Lovely. Hey, that's slander. Slander, gentlemen. Avalava dilemmas. Absolute slander.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has announced the launch of Operation Southern Spear to target suspected drug traffickers, he says. In a post on X, Hegseth wrote, quote, "Today I'm announcing Operation Southern Spear, led by Joint Task Force Southern Spear and Southcom. This mission defends our homeland, removes narco-terrorists from our hemisphere, and secures our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people," unquote. The announcement comes as the Pentagon continues to amass warships in the Caribbean. The USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier arrived earlier this week. The U.S. now has 15,000 military personnel in the region. It's the largest buildup in...
Welcome. How did you find the stream? That it just comes up in your feed? I wonder if it's one of the topics that we've picked. Potentially. But yes, welcome. And from across the ditch, welcome.
the region in decades, according to the New York Times. Over the past 2 months, the U.S. has blown up at least 20 boats in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific. The latest strike killed 4 people on Thursday. The Pentagon claims the boats were carrying drugs, but officials have acknowledged they don't know who's been killed. Critics have denounced the strikes as illegal extrajudicial killings. We begin today's show with Juan Papier, the America's Deputy Director at Human Rights Watch. We welcome you to Democracy Now!, Juan. Begin by talking about Operation Southern Spear and what this means.
Amy, thank you for having me. We don't know what Operation Southern Spear means. The Secretary has not provided details, but we have every...
Just random. Go the mighty Holden, mate. Go the mighty Holden. Why not? Why not? Hey, vintage. Hey, vintage Holden.
Reason to be concerned because in the build-up of this announcement, as you mentioned, 80 people have been killed in what are extrajudicial executions under international law. There is no denying that the problem of narcotics in the United States and the problem of organized violence in Latin America are serious, but they are not armed conflicts, and the U.S. government cannot pretend otherwise to circumvent its obligations under international law. The U.S. government cannot strike boats as it pleases. These are extrajudicial executions, which are grave violations.
And Juan, isn't it true that most of the drugs that come into the United States, whether it's fentanyl or cocaine, come through Mexico? And yet the Trump administration is directing all of its attention to the Caribbean and the Pacific just off the coast of South America.
Well, fentanyl comes from Mexico. Cocaine comes mostly from Colombia, in most cases through the Pacific. But regardless of the drug routes that are being employed to bring these drugs, striking boats is not the appropriate way to respond to organized crime. These people should be brought to justice. They should be prosecuted. And importantly, the United States should be supporting effort to dismantle these organized crime groups. Striking vessels in the Caribbean are extrajudicial executions which are banned by international law.
And has there been any attempt by international organizations, especially the United Nations, to address this issue?
Well, the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turker, has expressed consternation about these violations. We have seen expressions of concern by Latin American governments, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, amongst others. And we at Human Rights Watch have a team ready to document what is happening in the Caribbean and to make sure that we expose and denounce violations of human rights law as they are occurring.
We're talking to Juan Papier, the America's Deputy Director at Human Rights Watch, and
New York runs on coke. Florida built on coke. That's pretty funny.
Our own Juan Gonzalez. Juan, you were in Panama for the U.S. invasion. This was during President George H.W. Bush. You certainly know and have studied and have been there throughout Latin America when it comes to U.S. foreign policy. Can you talk about your observations of what's happening here with these extrajudicial killings of scores of people? It is astounding that the U.S. has not presented any evidence that they are narco terrorists, as Pete Hegseth says.
Yeah.
Takes Juan to know Juan. I think we've had this joke a few times on the stream now. How do you do, fellow Gen Z protesters? What's this? It's former president of Mexico. Oh, this is the guy, Vicente. He's got his One Piece shirt on. Nice. Attending the Color Revolution protest against Claudio Sheinbaum. There it is. There we go. I sometimes feel anxiety that this is what my 30-something-year-old ass looks like when I wear an anime graphic tee. Very good. Yeah, here comes the Color Revolution.
Well, I mean, I think with especially now with not only with these attacks on boats and these killings, but now with the arrival of an unprecedented military force. We're talking the aircraft carrier, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the USS Gerald Ford, has just arrived in the Caribbean with another 5,000 troops and several other battleships accompanying it. We now have 15,000 U.S. troops in the region, thousands of them based in Puerto Rico. The government has reopened Roosevelt Roads Naval Base, which they had closed, and U.S. planes at the old Ramey Air Force Base in Aguadilla. All of these soldiers are not there to hang out. They're there to take military action. We have to be clear. Even though the government hasn't announced it, it's clear that this is what's coming. Our government is embarking on a totally unprovoked military assault and regime change operations in Latin America. The Trump administration has openly accused not one, but two Latin American presidents of drug dealing without any proof. Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela and Gustavo Petro of Colombia, and threatened to kill Maduro. This is a bizarre return to the gunboat diplomacy of the early 20th century. And the big prize being not democracy or not stopping drug trafficking, but grabbing the Venezuelan oil fields, the largest oil reserves in the world. The problem is this is not the old Latin America that the
Will JT, hi, what's up tonight in Mexico? Yep, I'm all over the place with the infamous Tom Jones in his Holden. Gunboat diplomacy is a sick phrase, isn't it? Just heard about what happened this weekend. Are you talking about the Mexican the protests that were happening, particularly or focused in Mexico City, but not isolated there? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Will JT as well. Have you been here before? If this is a new stream for you, let me know. Yeah, we were just recently looking at it and trying to get an understanding of whether this is kind of your new, okay, welcome to the stream. But like, yeah, we were looking at whether or not this is tied to the other Gen Z revolutions that we've been seeing going on around the globe in 2025, and trying to get an understanding of this is some type of, indirect US destabilization effort and it's all based around the same gripe, which is corruption. They've all got problems with their governments being corrupt, and they're using it as a way to call for governmental change or just attacking the governments generally. And that's definitely what happened in Nepal. That was definitely happening in Indonesia. It was happening in Morocco as well. And like, who's really behind these organizations? Oh, Grand Tifa's in the house. Yo. How you doing? Yeah, I'll do a plug. Good idea. For the newbies that are here, welcome. Here is the link to our Discord. So go and join the Discord community if you haven't already. If anyone's watching this on YouTube right now, actually I said YouTube, funny just then. Can you click the smash the like button because it helps with the search and everything. Jerry Poppins in the house. What's poppin', my Jewish brethren? How are you? Yeah, hit the like button, but subscribe for more. But there's the Discord. So that's where we share our propaganda and all that sort of stuff. Go over there and become part of the community. We share our propaganda with each other, and we have we talk about certain issues. And if you want to make sure you get notifications, please go over to Patreon and become a free member. Then I can get email notifications to you, because they just don't go through social media. They get screened. So yeah, join up, subscribe, and if you're interested, join the community as well. and share your propaganda with us. I'd like to know what people are looking at, what people are thinking about.
The U.S. could bully at will. The countries of the region are today independent sovereign states. For most of South
Warm welcome. I like to hear that. That's good. Welcome.
Latin America, that the U.S. could bully at will. The countries of the region are today independent sovereign states. For most of South America, the U.S. is no longer even the main trading partner. China is. Next door
No,
to
don't say
Venezuela
China.
is Colombia, the country that for more than 50 years was involved in the longest running civil war in the region's history and has perhaps the largest number of veteran left-wing guerrillas in Latin America's history. The governments of Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Honduras, Cuba, and Nicaragua. Venezuela is Colombia, the country that for more than 50 years was involved in the longest running civil war in the region's history and has perhaps the largest number of veteran left-wing guerrillas in Latin America's history. The governments of Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, Honduras, Cuba, and Nicaragua will not just quietly accept U.S. aggression on Venezuela. President Maduro has appealed for international volunteers.
Do you reckon that's legit? Like, could you imagine a coalition of the Caribbean states, particularly? Like, you know, I think he mentioned Brazil was in on that one because, like, they're all looking at this. Like, they're not idiots. If this is what American foreign policy is going to be like for the next, you know, few years, if not longer, if like President Trump goes full dark enlightenment and becomes the CEO king of America, like this is what American foreign policy is going to be like in the region, which is like direct military intervention in order to justify some type of forever war on their soil to keep America in a state of emergency so they can completely own their domestic population and continue or to deliver some type of autocracy at the end of the American Republic as we know it. Like completely. Yeah, completely gone. But like, could you imagine some type of coalition of Latin American nations in this particular region and what that would look like and what that type of war would be like? Imagine if America trying to play this type of operation to like get rid of, like to get at Venezuela because it does have diplomatic ties to both Russia and China, and this is part of their broader scale efforts to knock Russia and China out of the region and keep them in their own part of the world. Like, could you imagine if that is the thing that draws all of these Latin American countries together? And what would happen then? What would the Americans do in that situation? All I know is Venezuela got lots of oil. Yeah, and that's why they're the first target. But the other countries around there are all getting pretty fucking nervous. Imagine if this drives them all together. Could you imagine that? Seriously. It's almost like USA pulling out in terms of trade. China would step in. Eh? What a surprise. Color me shocked. Interesting.
To come to Venezuela, to oppose any U.S. invasion. And you can bet that perhaps thousands of young Cubans, Nicaraguans, Colombians, and other Latin Americans will do just that. So
that's interesting.
And you can bet President Maduro has appealed for international volunteers to come to Venezuela to oppose any U.S. invasion.
He's putting the call out. Hey, anyone want to come and fight American imperialism in the Caribbean? Let me know. I know a place where you can stay.
And you can bet that perhaps thousands of young Cubans, Nicaraguans, Colombians, and other Latin Americans will do just that. So progressives and people of goodwill of the U.S. and Puerto Rico, it's time for those of us here to stand up and say that we will not support any attempt to bring back the old gunboat diplomacy and to invade another Latin American country. And we need to do it soon because this stuff is moving very quickly.
America can't invade anything by itself. They need Britain, France, and everyone else. Like, usually, yeah, you're right. But like in their own backyard, do you reckon they can't just be like, eh? And they're doing it anyway. They're just kind of going in there. They're mounting, a threat right in their face. It would seem that they're going to do this anyway, even without the help of the broader community. Like this isn't Iraq 2.0. This is something else. Mexico and Venezuela color revolution are for USA as Nepal is for China. Hot take. Well, that's interesting because remember we talked about this, and like China does have interest in Nepal, and so does India. And whether or not this type of destabilization or a color revolution suits China's interests. And the people that we interviewed for our podcast, they were speaking about how this actually suits more of the interests of India than China, because China, if it has a Nepal that's destabilized, that means that's a problem for other areas in the region that they're trying to, suppress, let's say. And like Tibet, it's a big problem for Tibet. Just like Vietnam, Afghanistan, it's going to be bad. Yeah, well, like, yeah. And like there's already a death toll from it as well. They're just blowing boats out of the water. And because they can, right? Sick of fighting the infidels in the desert? Come down to the Caribbean catamaran. Capitalist collapse boat tour company. Buy one RPG, get your second one free. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Why do it in the desert when you could do it in the Caribbean? Why not?
Juan, you mentioned that you have Venezuela, the largest.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Actually, I wanted to double check this with our research assistant. Is it true that the Maduro government is offering for people internationally to support them and come and fight against American imperialism? Oh, man. Is it true that the Maduro government is offering for internationals to come and fight for Venezuela and to protect their interests against US imperialism? Maria Corina Machado said Hamas is in Venezuela now. Like, is that like an actual quote from her, or are you being facetious? She's the one, the Peace Prize winner. She's the one that's going to take over when America finally takes out Maduro, right? Don't like sand? How about some ice instead? How about some cocktails? Good question. Short answer. There is some basis to the claim, but it's more about mobilizing militias and internationalist brigades than formal mercenary army. Militia mobilization within Venezuela. Maduro had called for a massive expansion of the Bolivarian militia, recruiting up to 4.5 million. Yeah, we heard about that. They called for an internationalist brigade. According to some outlets, Maduro announced the formation of an international brigade composed of men and women of the world to defend Venezuela's sovereignty. The Times of India reports that Maduro is pushing for an expansion of indigenous militias, including the internationalist militia brigades made up of indigenous people from across Latin America to defend against US invasion. That's crazy. Oh, wait, this is legit. I thought this was like a joke or something like that. Nobel Peace Prize winning opposition leader claims Hamas is operating in Venezuela. Oh, this is legit. I thought you were joking. I thought she was comparable. They have like their own version of a terrorist organization. Venezuela. This Bloomberg conversation with Venezuela's Maria Corina Machado is full of wild claims, aside from what we already posted earlier.
Do you think part of President Trump's interest is linked to his beliefs around the 2020 election and the allegation that voting machines and people close to Maduro's circle were involved in the election that he wrongly believes was stolen from him in 2020?
Well, on the first hand, I have no doubt that Nicolás Maduro, Jorge Rodriguez, and many others are, the masterminds of a system that has rigged elections in many countries, including the U.S. I have no doubt about that. And they are totally involved in wrongdoing in many countries. And there is currently an investigation going on in the United States and in other countries as well. I have no idea if that has or not any influence in President Trump's decision, but I will tell you something. A transition to democracy in Venezuela will not only bring security to the region, stability to the region, it will ensure energy security for the U.S. and other countries because of Venezuela has huge potential.
We've heard her
Will
talk
turn
about
our
this
country
before.
from the criminal hub of the Americas into the energy hub of the Americas, the technology hub of Americas, because we will have cheap, reliable electricity in amounts that no other country can produce right now in the region. But most important of all, our people. We will bring a country, a nation back together.
We've heard her talk before. She's one crazy bitch. Did she actually say that here? I want to have a look. What am I looking for? Hamas. Her insistence that Hamas is hiding in Venezuela. Is she fair income or what? As drop site indicated, Nobel Peace Prize winner and Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado welcomes U.S. airstrikes on Venezuela and the extrajudicial killing of Venezuelans at sea. Yeah, wow, what a spokesperson, what a champion of the Venezuelan people. Yeah, kill them all. Kill my people, insisting the strikes are about saving lives. The doublespeak is so hard. Speaking on Bloomberg's Mishal Hussein, she also claims that Hamas, the Palestinian armed resistance group, is now located in Venezuela. Hamas in Caracas, the Venezuelan capital. Aren't Hamas otherwise engaged? That's so good. My God. Yeah, I think they're a little bit busy right now. We'll get back to you. So good. Good regime change. Damn, sell your country out, girl. I know, right? Far out. It's pretty fucking mercenary. My
Oil
God.
producer in Latin America that the U.S. is targeting. Then, to everyone's shock, including many in his own administration, Trump announced he's going to attack Nigeria, which is Africa's most populous country and the largest oil producer in Africa. He said that the attack would be vicious and sweet. And then you go back to Iraq, one of the largest oil producers in the Middle East, before the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003 after 9/11, which Iraq had nothing to do with.
Yes, it's a clear, continued policy of the United States to control oil production as much as it can, as it continues, as the Trump administration continues on this crazy, bizarre attempt to corner as much oil supply as it can, as it continues to deny the existence of the climate change or the climate catastrophe we face.
Well, coming up, you've arrived in hell. A new human rights watch.
So dramatic. You've arrived in hell. No arrest warrant, no court cases, no judge, jury, just drone strikes. Yeah, that's how we figure out international law now. It's just like no judge, no jury, just drone strikes. The drone knows everything. So you see, when people say the International Peace Prize, they aren't referring to the original meaning of the word peace, but meaning the meaning of peace according to anti-hero peacemaker played by John Cena. Peace by any means necessary. So good. It's just like that. It's like that's Machado's line. It's just like, look, killing Venezuelans is about saving lives. So when the US kills my people, they're doing it because they're trying to save lives. Oh, of course. I knew it. Genius. Why didn't I think of that? So good. Secures our homeland is meaningless speak. You can't murder people on suspicion of guilt. Well said, Juan. Sadly, we have leaders in the Caribbean who are supporting this. Not too sure being suspected of something is grounds for killing. We got to blow our freedom everywhere. Oh my god. ExxonMobil and British Petroleum say, what about us? Iraq all over again. Yeah, I know. What about us? Why can't we come to the party? Not too sure being suspected. Oh, wait. I already read that. Millions of tax dollars spent each year and every day. And for what in the end? Absolutely nothing. You can bet on that. I don't know, man. The bourgeoisie, they'll be pretty happy with this one. Getting access to new lands, new markets. The American bourgeoisie, or the Western bourgeoisie anyway, outside of the Chinese and the Russian bourgeoisie getting their hands on this stuff. Hilarious. Alcohol kills more Americans than drugs. Think about that. I wonder if that's true. We'll have to have a war on liquor next. Is it true that more Americans are killed by alcohol than drugs each year? We're gonna have a war on Bud Light. War on Jack Daniels. Yes, the claim has truth to it. According to the CDC, excessive alcohol use causes about 178,000 deaths per year. Drug overdose deaths are very high. Overdose deaths recently peaked at 110,000. Still, that's so fucking many people. Oh my god. I guess they got a big population. Damn. That's fucking crazy. But alcohol's legal, so it's okay. Interesting. Mix alcohol with guns? That's pretty funny. Yeah. I don't even know how Americans survive. How do they continue to replicate their society with drugs, guns, and alcohol? That's fucking hilarious. All right. We're going to have a quick break. Then we come back for the afters. And so, like, yeah, if you are new here, make sure you subscribe. Like, I put the Discord in a couple of times. Check out the Discord, etc., etc. But yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, smash the like button. It helps, the discovery, reach, all that sort of algorithmic nonsense. But yeah, we're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes with some afters. Don't go anywhere. Cheers. All right, we are back. We'll be doing some afters now, so we're going to completely change direction here. I think we've done American imperialism to death now. To be honest, we've been jumping all over the place today. Still crazy about the Antifa thing. I'm really surprised at that one. Like, not only am I surprised that they would do that domestically and claim that Antifa is a terrorist organization, but like now they're going after it internationally. That's some crazy shit. Because I know that's like, it's all nice and good. It's over in Europe right now, but like it's just a matter of time until American policy, Trumpian policy starts to kind of take shape, and it happens in places like the UK, Canada, Australia, and the rest of or New Zealand, the rest of the Anglosphere. We start to take this on board as well. So it's like, all right, well, it's time to designate anyone who's anti-capitalist or anti-Christian values. We're gonna have to start claiming that these people are terrorist organizations too. Pretty crazy shit, I must admit. That was crazy looking at that. But yes, I'm done with American imperialism full now. We'll get back to it, I'm sure. It's hardly a day goes by when we don't look at this stuff. But I wanted to finish off something that we were looking at last week in the afters. We were going through what anarchy really is, and like especially considering that anarchists are now terrorist organizations. Good luck proving that one. Yeah, we're gonna continue with this Andrewism position. Yeah, Han derailed the afters. I was gonna watch the rest of it, but then we just spoke to Han for like, I don't know, 45 minutes or something. About, I don't even know, what were we speaking about? Like libertarians, taxes, like all that sort of stuff. Politicians are lashing us to the mast of a sinking ship. Have I said this before? No, and even if you have, just say it again. We're gonna ram home that idea. It's a good imagery right there. Yes. And the ship is sinking. My God. It's just a question of how long will it sink for. Capitalism has a tendency to keep itself buoyant for long enough to make it as excruciating as possible. Pretty much, and he contradicted himself quite a few times. Yeah, I saw some comments that you left on the video being like, actually correction kind of thing. And you went through some of the arguments. Yeah. He was very Yankee Doodle libertarian. Oh, that's right. We spoke about Ayn Rand, and it was just like, oh, what do you think about her getting Social Security? Is that acceptable? It's like, she's not really a libertarian. She's an objectivist. I'm like, fair enough. Fair enough. I do remember that now. All right. I just want to, I want to finish off some of this understanding of anarchy. Because I think it is important to have an understanding of anarchy, because anarchy is not anti-fascism as Trump and the boys have. Yeah, Han wants his savings. Yeah, he's keeping an account of all the taxes he's ever paid. And so he wants to balance the ledger on that one. So he's going to deliberately put himself in hospital, debilitate himself so he can get back his tax money through Social Security or something like that. I wanted to listen back to get his arguments, and some of them did not make sense, especially when he brought up evidence that told the opposite of what he claimed. Yeah, there was a couple of those kind of, we went around in this circle kind of thing about what he was trying to get at. I wonder if Han's listening right now. Han, if you are listening to this, come out and defend yourself, damn it. Slander. Crazy allegations going on right now. Look, in Dr. Nathan, I'm finishing off at 3:30 today, so you're going to have to let me know if you are down, if you're streaming this afternoon or not. America having no free healthcare and no $20 minimum wage is insane. Yeah, in this economy, no free healthcare, no universal healthcare, and you don't have a decent minimum wage. That's crazy, isn't it? It is scary. Like for the longest time, they've really had quite, I would say, good cost of living compared to the rest of, the Anglosphere anyway. I remember going to America and just thinking how cheap everything was, like food and stuff, like clothes, whatever. And so, like, I guess you could subsidize if you had cheap cost of living, you could then spread more of your money out potentially on healthcare and stuff. You wouldn't have to get as paid much. Like even buying a car, like secondhand car was like a couple of $1,000s. And like that same car in Australia would have been like 10 grand, 15 grand or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, they like now the cost of living's gone up, they need it. They need it worse than ever. More than ever. He isn't. I'm in no mood. I can confirm. I'm in mod mode. I can confirm. Okay, fair enough. The Wreck of Hesperus by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I want to send Albo a copy. I don't know this reference. All that changed after the pandemic, right? The cost of living and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, everything changed a lot. All those capitalists trying to recoup their losses, like even flights and stuff, because all the airlines were down for so long. I remember the cost of flights pre-pandemic, the post-pandemic. It's like, why did it change so much? We're going to claw back our losses. I've seen minimum wage go from $7 to $23. Took a lot of hard work to get it. Damn, that's pretty crazy. Sure, it did take some hard work. And the Fire Nation is Project 2025 in the Atla reference. Let's have a look here. What is this? What are we looking at here? The Wreck of Hesperus. The Wreck of Hesperus most famously refers to a narrative poem by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow about a ship that sinks in a storm due to the captain's arrogance. Interesting. Oh, you want to send that to Albo? Why? What is it particularly that you want to send it to him for? The poem is based on the real shipwreck. A real shipwreck and has become a well-known phrase for something in a state of chaos. The story is about a captain who ignores warnings and sails into a hurricane. Yeah, ultimately leading to the destruction of the ship and the death of his daughter. Oh, savage. I saw Trump stopped the tariff on Aussie beef. Really? Oh, right. Okay. Even with a tariff, the sale went up 17%. The sales, even Americans don't want American beef. Even when our is made even more expensive. He lashed his daughter to the mast. Oh, that's what you were talking about before, to save her. Yeah, shit. Like Australia being latched to the US. Yeah, okay. As in he's riding his historic win on his laurels and the lucky country trope. Well, he's tying himself to the US as some type of savior. Interesting. Some type of saving grace. Yeah. Do you go down with the sinking ship? The sinking hegemon. Interesting. Scary realization. All right. So we go back to our anarchy philosophy. Get deep down in that. Yep. Trump tariffs destroying American agriculture and tourism. Crazy. Especially talking crap about Canada and Mexico. The tariff one is pretty funny, though. You got to admit. Oh, is that true as well that he's going to pay out like dividends based on all the tariffs to the American people? Like everybody's going to get a cut. Wonder if that's true. If that's still true or not. Is it true that Trump is planning to pay out dividends to the American people from the tariff money that he has raised so far? Stimulus package, baby. When Trump said on Truth Social he wants to pay a dividend of at least $2,000 per person not including high-income people, from the revenue collected by new tariffs, give back to Americans while also using some of the tariff income to pay down the national debt. However, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has been non-committal. He said he hasn't formally discussed $2,000 check and suggested the dividend could take other forms like tax cuts. Yeah, that'd be right. Yeah, last I saw, it was to anyone making less than 100K. Still doubt it will end up coming to fruition. Yeah, it's just a lot of this. It's a lot of this. The great soybean scam, Argentina chainsaw, guy stealing American taxpayer money, Trump gets a cut. The new meta, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of things stacking up there. Yeah, but he's pulling us down insofar as selling the lie that only the US can save Australia, especially in the war mindset. Instead, we've got companies ingrained in our system. Yeah, and are committing atrocities and stealing our privacy. Yeah. Didn't Giannis talk about the dividend in his alternate universe? I think he does. You're talking about like in the book Another Now, and he talks about the dividend, but that's for like a sovereign kind of, yeah, like wealth kind of fund. Like everyone gets access to the American, to corporations and the means of production somehow. There's a centralized bank, and like the money that is made upon that gets paid out to dividends to the people or something like that. It's a very interesting system that he had or come up with. But yeah, similar stuff. I guess it's the same, right? It's from tariffs or something. From the value of the collective. Pretty funny that America was buying aluminium off Canada, who don't have bauxite mines. Canada buys the raw materials of us and other countries. You're across the whole resources thing. If we ever start government in Australia, like us, all of us that are listening to this right now, will be the vanguard of a new Australian party. You can be in charge of resource management dilemmas. You seem to know where Australia gets shortchanged at every possible turn. Get fucked over for our resources. All right, let's do this.
Not competing for hegemony. When exploring what it means to organize anarchy, we must both consider what the future that we are striving toward might look like, and understand what is required to accomplish those goals in the here and now. This is what is meant by means and ends. The two cannot be separated. I know that this discussion can all feel very vague, so let's look practically at how we can agitate for anarchy. One of the proposals that CrimeThink advocates in place of formal sites of centralized decision-making are spaces of encounter, where people of diverse interests can find and connect with others of common concern in accordance with the principle of free association. These spaces of encounter might be created or found in libraries, parks, community centers, cafes, makerspaces, common rooms, schools, or even online. Spaces of encounter might also be developed along existing supply chains on the factory floor, in warehouses, in stores, on farms, or in offices, as part of a radical transformation of labor. All it takes to get the ball rolling is an opportunity, perhaps an initiating event, for folks to come together.
You watch how rich we get and how pissed off the tycoons get. It would be a comparable rise on both graphs. Yeah? Yeah, and then see how long you last as well, bro. Those tycoons won't put up with you distributing our wealth around and us all getting rich together. Yeah, you're going to have to wear yourself a bulletproof vest. The tycoons will be coming for you. Thou shalt not own more than $3 million should be the 11th commandment. Yeah. Could you imagine if you could cap people at that? It would be a very different world, wouldn't it? Very different world.
Start sharing their offers and needs and experiment with solutions. On that foundation, the full potential for spaces of encounter can be built. CrimeThink points to the example of the space of encounter that preceded the demonstrations against the 2001 Free Trade Area of the Americas Summit in Quebec City. Rather than employing an organizational model intended to produce binding central unity that would have participants spending the entire night fruitlessly arguing about goals, strategy, and which tactics to allow, thousands of people in autonomous groups were able to pursue and synchronize their wide array of plans for action, CrimeThink concludes with the recognition that only when we understand ourselves as nodes within dynamic collectivities, rather than discrete entities possessed of static interests, can we make sense of the rapid metamorphoses that people undergo in the course of experiences like the Occupy movement, and the tremendous power of the encounter to transform us if we open ourselves to it.
I haven't heard him called Elmo Musk before. That's a good one. There's some good names out there for various bourgeoisie types. Elmo Musk. Not a bad one. I actually want to investigate as well. Elmo Musk has been challenged in his one of his core areas at the moment. His like big thing is SpaceX and all the money that comes in from leading the space race, from a corporate angle. And I think Blue Origin, Bezos's company, has made significant inroads into the space race and can challenge now Elmo Musk over here. I want to research that and see what that means.
Finally, returning to the concept of federation as promised, we can look to Antinomies of Democracy, where Wilbur writes about how federative organization will be the process by which we identify specific social selves, as in interests or needs, and establish their involvement in large-scale collectivities that are formed on the basis of those convergent interests. He specifies that these collectivities will exist on a specifically consultative basis, quite literally to seek and disseminate information or advice as it relates to those interests, with the recognition, where relevant, of expertise. These consultative associations might be organized to collect and relay information related to everything from armed defense, to co-housing construction, to agroforestry. There might be consultative associations with a journalistic focus, and consultative associations with a rewilding focus. They may exist on any scale, depending on the specificity of the information needed, from as local as an apartment building, to as far-reaching as a continent, or even the entire globe. Consultative associations can create blueprints, document the available labor and expertise, source resources, and share feedback, all so that interested and affected individuals and groups can easily access everything they need to make informed decisions. Let me give an example to illustrate what this looks like in the context of anarchy. A group of builders might organize themselves upon identifying the need for more housing in their neighborhood, or might have that need brought to them in a space of encounter. Following the incentive to be as informed as possible to avoid unnecessary conflict, they will then need to access the information available in the consultative association.
I've always called him Elmo Tickle Me. It's Twitter for life. He hates that. Yeah, I love how people still just call it Twitter as well. When you hear people being interviewed or whatever, and they're just like Twitter. Oh, X, you know what I mean. It's all Twitter. It's always been Twitter. Always will be. Always was, always will be. Yeah, interesting. Spaces of encounter, consultative associations, autonomous, organic, spontaneous organization, decentralized, fit for purpose. These are the people. This guy speaking about consultative associations and how they might work so people can build a fucking house. These are the people that Trump has gone to the effort of, or the Trump administration has gone to the effort of, describing as foreign terrorists because they dare to be anti-capitalist. It's interesting. It's going to be Twix for me from now on. Ah, interesting. It's a good melding of the two. Twix. Used to see a lot more ads for Twix back in the day.
Associations they are part of, including referencing any useful pre-existing blueprints, surveying the wants and needs of those seeking housing, identifying the current land, labor, and resource constraints, and identifying any concerns that the neighbors affected by such construction might have. Once they've gathered a satisfactory amount of information, gathered the necessary resources, and addressed any potentially obstructive concerns, they can proceed to build a house. Consultative associations will not exist as distinct and static entities separate from their constituents.
Consultative associations. It's still very vague, though. Like, like Marxists hate this type of stuff. Like, yeah, but how do you get there? How do you get to consultative associations in the first place? Like, this is going to fucking spring up out of nowhere. I am just listening to some anarchist theory and was hoping that you could provide a brief description of consultative associations. Yeah, I think I said that right. Let's have a look. Especially in anarchist federalism, consultative associations are not hierarchical cooperative structures, are non-hierarchical cooperative structures through which individuals, groups, and communities coordinate decisions without centralized authority. They are meant to replace functions of the state by using horizontal consultation instead of top-down command. So it's just, yeah, it's like free association, right? Just need to take out corporate greed, no shareholders first, people last. Well, you think that'll make a massive difference? It probably would. Like, it's like the company structure actually already has kind of democracy built into it. Like, instead of you having shareholders as a separate entity, the shareholders would be the workers, and the board of directors would be people that are democratically sourced as representatives or delegates of the workers to sit on the board and decide what the company does. And like completely recallable. So if they make stupid decisions and they just pick new leaders and stuff. Voluntary and federated. Membership is voluntary. Associations federate with one another without free agreement, through free agreement, sorry, not coercion. Decisions flow from bottom up, local assemblies. Yeah, this is just the typical kind of anarchist organizing. Is just using a very particular form of terminology. Interesting. But like, see, this is the one, like but like, this is the big critique that kind of like Marxists, so people that follow or describe themselves as followers of Marx, they would argue that like this stuff is nice and like this is communism. So this is the end game where people organize themselves freely. There's individual freedom. So you don't coerce anyone into doing anything, especially not because there's some type of class system where some people own property or have rights over some things, and they can use that privilege to suppress and coerce other people into doing things that they would normally want to do. They're just doing it because of their position in some type of hierarchy. So this is communism. This is what he's describing here, is like what communism might actually look like once, you know, the means of production are collectivized. There's no more private property rights anymore. There's no money as we would know it. There might be currency, things to facilitate things going around, but it's not like really money, because it won't have any power, basically. It'll just maybe facilitate the circulation, potentially, of things, articles for consumption, helps in distribution. But like, this is what he's describing is like, how do you set up a society based on anarchist principles? How do you set up a society that is communistic? But the $1 trillion question for Marxists and scientific socialists, which they're all the same kind of thing. They're all socialists. They all want to, get to the same end goal here. Is like, how do you get there? How do you get to this nice little picture of these houses that are being built by these little collectives and decentralized horizontal organizations that come together thanks to free association? How do you get there? How do you depose the state? How do you get rid of the state? How do you depose capitalism, the bourgeoisie, the capitalist classes? How do you get there? Mainly big companies, like BlackRock, even Disney buying up everything. Big companies, I mean, yeah. You could definitely, well, what you would do is, like with big companies like BlackRock, Disney, all that sort of stuff, is like you would just use like antitrust. Like if you were going to just work within the realms of the current system, you would use like antitrust laws, I would say, to break those companies up into smaller features. Like Disney owns like, so much media, so many other companies. Like, you break them up into their individual components. BlackRock has a stake in like fucking everything. So it's not really even a company that produces any value. It's just a shareholding company. The holding company that has stock in everything. Just sell all of its stock. Instantaneously let the market figure that one out. There's no left and right, just up and down. 100%. Dr. Nathan, I don't know if you replied to me before, but I was just wondering if you are being raided this evening, because I was going to finish up around 3:30, but not sure if you're in the mood. Oh, wait, you said 3:30? Yeah, I'll be ready to go. Oh, sorry. You have responded to me. I missed it. You'll be ready to go 3:30. Got it. 10 commandment good guidelines. Nothing else like it. Don't go full religious nutter. That's interesting, isn't it? Because like, yeah, the 10 commandments as a guideline for like morality or like general social organization, like reducible to pretty much one: don't be a douchebag, right? And like, you set up a society that's like people walk around and try not to be a douchebag as much as possible. And that's like, everyone takes that seriously. That's the type of society you want. It's really convincing the libs that the system isn't broken. It's working as intended. Yeah, the system isn't broken. It's working just fine. Problem with BlackRock, etc. They are publicly traded. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that fuck up the financial institutions out there if you just got a hold of a company like that and just sold everything? That'd fuck everything up. Let it come crashing down. There needs to be a recheck in the system anyway. Or Aussie, don't be a cunt. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, don't be a douchebag. Yeah, that's pretty much, don't be a cunt. Like, that's pretty much your only moral compass in life. Because if it's broken, it can be fixed. But we're down the road before of correcting things from the robber barons. And now the tech bros have taken everything in the 21st century. Yeah, we don't want to fix the system as such because it keeps replicating the same problems. That's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, is this everything that Disney owns? Pretty scary, isn't it? I've seen this graph before. Or this, not even a graph. What would you call it? This picture, this image. Look at this. The companies Disney owns. Scary shit. And there's different categories: red, film; blue, television; yellow, music, radio; green, gaming; finance; purple, theater; what's that? Teal, brown, consumer goods; property and parks, yellow; publishing, green; digital, miscellaneous. Jesus. 20th Century Fox. Fox Network Group. Fox Star Studios, Sky. National Geographic, of course they do. Marvel Studios. That's a big cash cow, isn't it? Fucking hell. Walt Disney Studios, Disney Corporate, Walt Disney Parks Experiences and Consumer Products. Imagine the money they make off the consumer products and stuff. Disney Theatrical Group, Disney Music Group, Disney ABC Television Group. They own History Channel. They own Vice. It's crazy. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company, is owned by Disney. I didn't realize that. They own the Crime Investigation. Really? That's funny. ESPN. Oh my God. Look at that. Yeah. Imagine getting this fucking conglomerate, this beast, this gargantuan monstrosity. They own GoPro? Fucking hell. Anyway, yeah, imagine getting this monstrosity and breaking it up into its constituent parts, freeing up monopoly capital, right? Freeing this up and allowing there to be competition even between the various arms of itself as well. Man, it's mental. Problem is the system or features of the system? Question mark. No, both. Let's go with both. Problem is the system and problems are features of the system. Don't be a mad dog. Don't be a dog. Be a sick. Lovely. Lovely. That's pretty good, actually. You should get that tattooed somewhere. The Simpsons started everything for Fox. Interesting. Yeah, wow. It's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? All right. Back to our anarchist buddy. I keep getting distracted. Oh, sorry, right. Problems in the system or features of the system. Interesting. Let's go with both again, eh? There are problems in the system or features of the system. They're both. They are features, definitely. When it comes to capitalism, anyway. I can't speak about other stuff.
Of those seeking housing, identifying the current land, labor, and resource constraints, and identifying any concerns that the neighbors affected by such construction might have. Once they've gathered a satisfactory amount of information, gathered the necessary resources, and addressed any potentially obstructive concerns, they can proceed to build a house. Consultative associations will not exist as distinct and static entities.
Who is watching today? Like, my indication here, it says we got like 20 people watching. Can you let me know if you're hanging out for the afters? If you're just chilling and lurking and stuff like that. If you're new here, let us know as well. It would be good to know who's doing the afters today. Hit the roll call. Let us know.
Separate from their constituents, but will no doubt overlap and diverge unrestrained by the firm or the polity form. This echoes Kropotkin's description of communes in an economic context in words of a rebel, as he says that economic frontiers do not exist. The zones of production and exchange of various products interpenetrate each other, tangle with each other, impose themselves on each other. Consultative associations can be formed here and now to connect existing projects and disseminate the lessons we learn from them, and to bring together the information and actors necessary to accomplish our various goals.
That's some fucked up monopoly. Isn't that crazy? Like, it's fucking mental. I love how they've done it in the shape of the logo, the symbol, the Mickey face and ears.
How do these concepts fit into library economies? Great question. In case you haven't seen them, in 2022, I made a video on the commons and a video on library economies. I'll try to summarize them both here in the context of everything we have discussed so far. The commons are defined as a common pool resource, or CPR, which is a natural or man-made resource system that benefits a group of people but provides diminished benefits to everyone if each individual pursues their own self-interest to the detriment of others. We must draw a further distinction between the resource system and the resource units produced by that system. Resource systems include forests, lakes, fisheries, pastures, and even infrastructure like windmills and the internet, while resource units consist of whatever users appropriate from those resource systems, such as cubic meters of lumber harvested, tons of fish withdrawn and fodder grazed, kilowatts generated, and network bandwidth used. It's important to maintain the renewability of a resource system by ensuring that the average rate of withdrawal does not exceed the average rate of replenishment. The term appropriators refers to those in association who withdraw resource units from a resource system. Appropriators may use the resource units they withdraw, like residents powering their homes or farmers watering their crops, or they may transfer the resource units for others to use, such as a logger sending lumber to an association of builders. Producers are those in association who directly construct, repair, and sustain the resource system itself. In the organization of commons, producers and appropriators are often the same people, but when they aren't, in anarchy they would still be rather closely associated as a consequence of their mutual interdependence. Groups organized around CPRs will naturally develop norms that guide their behavior and maintain mutual responsibility to each other. In doing so, I believe they may benefit from the guidance of the principles that I've somewhat modified that were originally outlined by Eleanor Ostrom in Governing the Commons. Those are clearly defined boundaries where those involved have a clear sense of the exact structure and characteristics of the CPR, which is part of where a consultative association would provide benefit. Those associations would also serve to monitor the conditions and use of the CPR over time, disseminating information that would concern affected parties so that conflicts of varying tolerance can be resolved between individuals and groups, with no single static approach, but a variety of approaches adopted on a case-by-case basis. CPRs would also most likely give rise to spaces of encounter, where agreements about norms developed in compatibility with local conditions can be negotiated. The library economy, or library of everything as I've used it, is a rhetorical means of communicating the concept of the commons as a socialized and participatory organization of resources and distribution of goods and services.
Extra textures back. Yo, yo, yo. Lurkin. It's good to have you. We're learning anarchy. This is interesting. It's really, what's the word? I don't want to say nebulous. I don't want to make it sound pejorative at all. But like, it is kind of hard to put your finger on a lot of this stuff. Because, you know, it is very descriptive. And it's like, oh, well, if we get there, this is how we could organize ourselves, kind of thing. And my natural tendency when it comes to this type of political organization is the approach that Marx would have taken to a lot of this stuff is you don't know what it's going to be like. Like a lot of people, when they read his work, especially his works on like analyzing capitalism, as opposed to, you know, the various letters that he would have written or the articles he would have written on like particular political issues of his day, they were very context driven. Like when you look at his actual like bigger works, his books and theories, like he refrained from doing this sort of stuff. It's like, oh, if we organized society this way, this is how it could work. He refrained from doing that because he's like, nobody knows how it's gonna be, right? Like once you go through a revolution and like you've got very specific material conditions in front of you, context, history, specific stuff, like, you know, some of this conceptualizing might have worked in the 90s, it might have worked 200 years ago, like it's going to work in the 21st century and it's going to work in 2025, like who the fuck knows, because of like the changes in technology, people's culture, people's understanding, the productive forces, like all this sort of stuff. The variables are just too different to just think about, like, you know, think in your mind about what it might look like and then try and put that into practice. As many would know, like you think about doing something and then you actually do it and you learn pretty fast, oh my god, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I better do this, I better do this now. So like Marx would always refrain from coming up with like just thinking about how all of this stuff might work, because you never know. You could have this brilliant idea that works in theory and as soon as you put it into practice, it's just filled with holes and problems. And so like why I really do appreciate this stuff, because it makes you think and conceptualize what it would actually take to live in a society where there's no actual hierarchical organization. That's really hard to do. It's almost impossible to do, to be honest. I'm not saying that humans aren't imaginative enough, but like we are the products of our environment, and our environment is, we've always lived in a capitalistic system. We've always lived surrounded by hierarchies. And like we even go to great pains internally to kind of justify them to ourselves, even though they cause us a lot of pain and distress, and leave a lot of questions, like existential questions about what life is really all about. We still are used to them and we will justify them. And so like this type of stuff is really interesting. Don't get me wrong, it is really interesting because you can see like, yeah, I guess you could organize without a hierarchy this way, where people like freely associate and they have these common spaces, which is what he's talking about, where people come together like a library almost, and they just, like the space is owned collectively, and if they want to converge on these spaces, they do it of their own volition, because of their own individual freedom. And they come together, and this is where they will organize, and this is where they will speak about these things, and this is how they will organize, like whether they build something or they start in like some group to get something done. It's really interesting stuff. Like who the fuck knows, until we have removed, you know, something like capitalism, let's say, and moved on to another system. Who the hell knows how this stuff is really going to play out? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how all of this stuff is going to work. And so like it does help you theoretically and conceptually think of a society outside of that. But until you've gone through the rigmarole of trying to revolutionize society and bring in a new system, it's all just conceptual, right? Like most companies, they like slave labor, environmental damage, for high profits, real scumbags. Yes, well, and that's because it suits their end game and their objective, right? Their end game is really just what is profitable. Now, what is profitable could be like long-term management, but they don't really think in that way. They do think about maximizing stuff in the short term, and that comes at like the expense of, you know, labor and the environment, because it's cheaper, you know, to process something, to produce a service, to make a good without protecting the environment, because, you know, that's just an added cost, and it's like cheaper to kind of squeeze labor for as much as value as you can and not pay them as much, and they might not be able to reproduce themselves and might be screwed later, but yeah, you've saved some costs in the meantime, and that helps the profit margin a little bit. But that's the short-sightedness of our current system.
It is another way of conceptualizing a potential outcome of free association in anarchy. The library economy is based on 3 key principles, drawn from Bookchin's work in the ecology of freedom: usufruct, the irreducible minimum, and complementarity. Usufruct, as a pervasive norm, refers to the freedom of individuals or groups to access and use, but not destroy, common resources to supply their needs. This is as opposed to the limitation of access based on exclusive ownership. Personal possessions may always be a thing, but capitalist property certainly should not. The irreducible minimum is the guaranteed provision of the means necessary to sustain life. It is the level of living that no one should ever fall below, regardless of the size of their individual contribution, including access to adequate food, water, shelter, clothing, education, and healthcare. Finally, as a library economy would require a vast reorientation of our principles from the centrality of capital and competition to the centrality of humanity and cooperation, the last core concept of a library economy is complementarity, which can now also be described as unrestrained mutual interdependence made manifest through collective force. Complementarity is a way of looking at non-hierarchical differences within a society as something generative, where each person of whatever skill or ability contributes a small part to an outcome greater than the sum of its parts. Furthermore, our approach to nature must similarly be based in complementarity. Rather than maintaining an antagonistic, dominating relationship with nature, we must strive to find a complementary melding of nature and society, which Bookchin called third nature. If that's piqued your curiosity, check out those videos I mentioned. Going further with the dissection of authority, the understanding of mutual interdependence, the principles of free association and federation, the critique of democracy and reevaluation of consensus, the practice and ideal of spaces of encounter and consultative associations, and the concept of the commons in the library economy in mind, we can now answer the question of how to pursue anarchy. In short, a social revolution that seeks to alter the whole character of society. But what does that mean?
Here's the money. Here's the money. I was just having a whinge about this just a second ago. Like, you know, he's describing all these things, like how would you organize? And like anarchism does really good conceptual work on that. But like, how do you get there? Where does it come from? It doesn't just spring up out of nowhere because everybody wakes up one morning like, you know, a Gen Z revolution in Mexico or in Nepal and just like, hey, let's all just rise up together and overthrow the corrupt government. Like, we don't just all wake up one day and say, let's do anarchy. How do we get there? All right, let's see how he answers this. This is good. Pursuing anarchy. All right, let's see what he says. I'm excited.
Typically envision some massive uprising in the future, akin to popular media's depictions of the French Revolution. But in reality, as anarchists use the term, social revolution refers to an ongoing and intentional transformation of our society, economy, culture, philosophy, technology, relationships, and politics. It is not starting from scratch, but rather utilizing the shell of the old to build a new, taking on a conscious engagement with current conditions, and using the means that are compatible with desired ends. That process might be punctuated with flashy moments where leaps and bounds may be achieved, but much of the real foundations of anarchy are established in the interludes between insurrections. It is not a single, momentous tsunami that shapes the coast, but rather the many small waves that erode the land with time. The process of social revolution involves acts of confrontation, such as occupation and expropriation, acts of non-cooperation, such as strikes and boycotts, and acts of prefiguration, such as establishing spaces of encounter, free schools, and alternative economies. If such efforts are...
For anarchists, it's about means and ends, not just ends. Yeah, it would seem so. Yeah. Don't scare the sheep phase.
Spaces of encounter, free schools, and alternative economies.
Acts of prefiguration. Let's get a double check on that one, please. Again, with the anarchist philosophy. What is acts of prefiguration? Yeah, I know, right? It's the anarchist 101 over here. Living the future now, prefiguration. Anarchists argue that you cannot build a free egalitarian society using authoritarian means, so the methods of struggle must reflect the world that you want to create. There it is. And it's like, this is where they split. In the socialist movement kind of splits between authoritarian socialists or authoritarian communists and anti-authoritarian communists. And this was like the split that was happening in the first International Working Men's Association in anarchists and those who followed Marx. These are the principles that prefigure, model, and act the values, relationships, and social structures that anarchists want to see in a liberated society. Horizontal decision making, mutual aid, organizing community kitchens, clinics, childcare, using consensus for horizontal decision making, assemblies, non-hierarchical structures, worker self-management, creating cooperatives, union-led workplaces, or collective projects, squatting and communal living, occupying abandoned buildings and turning them into social centers, housing, or community spaces outside capitalist property relations. Direct action. See, they've got direct action here. I know this is just because we were speaking about this before, about the differences between mutual aid, direct action, taking action without appealing to authorities. That's what I was speaking about before. Strikes, blockades, community self-defense, like doing stuff without appealing to an authority, is very direct actiony. Alternative institutions, free schools, anarchist libraries. He loves this guy, Andrewism. Autonomous zones, radical health clinics, food not bombs. What prefiguration, why it matters in anarchism? There, this is the means must match the ends for us. There it is. Anarchism rejects the idea that you can build a free society through authoritarian parties. You can use the state to eliminate hierarchy. You can postpone liberation until later. See, this is a point of contention. Like Marxists would say that. Actually, you know what? Leninists would really argue that what happens is after the dictatorship of the proletariat and the general organization of the working class along certain grounds, that they're producing value for everybody, as opposed to producing it for private property relations and profit, but like you produce because of a planned economy, let's say, and like there's a general form of abundance, then the state actually withers away by necessity because you don't have to have someone regulating everything. And so like the argument that anarchists have is just like, why would you ever have a state that would want to give up and eliminate hierarchy? And that's never going to happen. If you have a state, it's going to try and be a state that's going to want to be a state forever. But like the Marxist kind of take, or the Marxist-Leninist take, is no, you use the state as the working class to smash the bourgeoisie. You break apart their bourgeois state, bring in a proletarian state, and then after everything's worked out, in the sense that like we're producing for the sake of value production, like use values for everyone, and not producing for profit, then the need for the state actually disappears, because you don't, like, the class relation breaks down, and the state's only really there to reinforce a class-based society. And the state will wither away. It won't disappear, like, you know, wake up one day and it's gone. It'll wither away to like basically very menial administrative stuff, if needed at all anyway. And so like this is really where they contend with one another. Marxists, or let's say scientific socialists and anarchists. Anarchist thinking is very appealing, but whether you can do it in practice is where the jury is still out. Yeah, it is hard to do prefiguration within capitalism. Like capitalism and bourgeois society, that's not going to just let you, like, it might let you do that on a small scale, but will it let you do that on mass? It's a hard, that's the $1 trillion question. King or country, who do you serve? Yeah, that's interesting. That's the original, like, basically king, class, or country, your fellow humans. King or country, who do you serve? I'll take humans, thank you.
If such efforts are effectively networked,
it could work, but once someone has the power, they don't give it up. It is the ring of Mordor. Why not? Why shouldn't I keep it? And that's the $1 million anarchist question. Is like, the state exists for the state. So if you take over the state will want to continue to exist. It's not going to give itself up. So, like, why would you even bother? The state is the problem for anarchists, not the mode of production. Like, they don't like capitalism, don't get me wrong, but they don't like the state. The state has always been there in multiple forms of civilization. And so the state is the problem. So just abolish the state and then we'll figure everything else out after that. So, like, you sound like an anarchist. Dilemmas, but like, that's your libertarian. Like, libertarians and anarchists sound just so similar to me in terms of their core principles, even though they wouldn't agree on anything. Their core principles and the way that they look at stuff sounds so similar.
They can grow large enough to practically counter the all-encompassing idea and experience of many that there is no alternative to capitalism and the state. I still recommend my video on the topic free schools and alternative economies. If such efforts are effectively networked, they can grow large enough to practically counter the all-encompassing idea and experience of many that there is no alternative to capitalism and the state. I still recommend my video on the topic for a full explanation, with the obvious caveat that I would now challenge my consensus and democracy-limited depiction of popular assemblies and cooperatives as a misrepresentation or perhaps needless restriction of anarchy, which can be more accurately referred to as participatory in general, serving as spaces of popular discussion, activity, and consultation without legislation. The process of social revolution must also involve affinity groups, another term for groups formed on the basis of free association, utilizing the practice of social insertion, which is an specificist term that describes the active involvement of anarchists in mass movements to influence their development in anti-authoritarian directions. By recognizing the interrelation of powers, drives, and consciousness, we can shape the direction of revolutionary change. Powers refers to your power to do something, not power over others, and such powers are continuously determined by both internal and external factors, like your ability to communicate with others or the social relations you're involved in. Drives encompass your conscious and unconscious goals and motivations, which are influenced by external factors and reciprocally affected by your powers. Finally, your consciousness allows reflection, deliberation, and the ability to direct and modify actions. Our consciousness is also contextual and impacts our powers and drives by aiding the development of tools and concepts that enable us to critique societal norms, understand social dynamics, envision alternative social organizations, and organize for change. The powers, drives, and consciousness that people develop are used to either maintain a given social system, change it, abolish it, or replace it altogether. If we want to create an anarchic society, then we need to develop people's ability to self-organize, which will drive them to seek out and develop horizontal forms of organization, which will shape their consciousness about hierarchy and empower them to resist domination.
It's got some crazy artwork, doesn't it? Right? It is an interesting video. It's very interesting. Very dense though. Like, the stuff he's talking about, it's dense as fuck. If you don't know this, if you're not down with this terminology and like this way of thinking, like, good luck. Because there's so many catchwords, there's so much terminology, as far as was saying, that they use. So like, you're like, damn, you know, you've got to be across this stuff. You got to be part of the in crowd, man, if you know what I mean. I joined your Discord. We'll chat later. Have a good night. Peace. Thanks, and welcome to Discord. Enjoy your evening.
Both here and in the future. The question of defending the revolutionary process.
Humans at scale need some form of governance. Anarchist societies that don't implode are the ones that survived history without inventing things like the wheel. Now, what you're talking about there are like hunter-gatherer societies, I guess, nomadic societies, tribal societies, chiefdoms, like anything before you get to like, I guess, what people call higher civilizations. They're anarchist, and like what you're talking about there, like people call them communists, like they're communistic. And so, yeah, they don't work without, because at scale we need governance, all that sort of stuff. Now, what he's talking about here, this Andrewism guy is saying that, like, this stuff can work, but you have to live it. So, like, you actually start, be the change that you want to see in the world. Start organizing now in terms of free associations. Start doing, direct action. Start living the way that you expect the world, and the change will come as a result of you manifesting that change. And it can be done. Now, I think it is the indoctrination and the limitation on our thinking and our imagination that comes from living in a society that we do right now. Like, we live in a capitalistic society, a market system now, and we can't see a way outside of that. So like, that's the reason why it looks like humans must have a form of governance, right? For us to live at scale. I don't think so. I think technology helps liberate us from the requirements to actually have to spend all of our time working and doing productive activities. Once we become more free by technology, we'll have more time to spend on self-governing, like actually being involved in the way that we want to see the world work, instead of just going, like, representative government works really well in a capitalistic society because people haven't got time to organize anyway and to self-govern and all that sort of stuff. I think if we were able to use technology to liberate people, like, imagine if you had I'm not saying people shouldn't work, but like, imagine if you had a 2-day working week instead of a 5-day working week. So you work 2 days, and the other 5 days you had time to socially reproduce yourself, to look after your family, your communities, all that sort of stuff. And you'd have like extra time to want to get involved in how the world works and how everything is done, instead of just getting it told to you by politicians and business leaders and the general rich and the powerful. Like, you'd actually want to get involved. You'd have the time to get involved with that stuff. I'm not saying everybody would, but like, if we live in societies that are at scale and they need governance, then yes, governance for you is the key. I would say we could all get a bit more involved in governance if we had more free time, if we were liberated more. And I think technology is the key to that liberation. I really do. It's not the be all and end all, but it's a massive factor. If we don't have to be as involved in producing the stuff that we need, and we can let technology take over, we can spend more time on how we'd like to organize ourselves. Dilemmas to Steelman, your counterpoint, and those who probably would do well to challenge the system aren't interested in politics at all. Like, it's the liberal douchebangers who want to get involved. Douchebangers, so good. I got CC'd? Really? What did you say for us, you bad man? Like that one you got for the Steel Man comment? Oh wow, you did. Why did you get CC for that? It's not even controversial. Yeah, like all the liberal douchebangers who get involved, not ordinary people. Tom Jones is back. Lost tribes in the Amazon. Like, who this Jesus, dude? But then you get the group with the best technology, the best swordsman, or the best swordsmanship, dominating everyone else. So like, what you're describing is like the system then, like, it moves us towards like technology, and the power relation moves us, like, encompasses everyone, draws everyone in. And so if people don't have the freedom of choice to live in the way that they want to live, and they get subsumed into the system, I just think it's limiting that. We can only ever have coercive ways of governance that's going to rule society. That's the only way to work at scale, is through coercion. There's no way that humans can actually participate and get involved with their own organization. I don't want to believe in that, man. I don't want to believe in that world. I worked through COVID as well. Still haven't caught it yet. I worked a lot. Last job, 13 years, worked through COVID to the food industry. Yeah. Not everyone can switch off. Just makes you think, like, COVID was a really interesting example of like what it actually takes to run a human economy as well. Like there were certain people that like, had to keep going, and everyone else was kind of like, all right, you get some time off now. And it's just like, really? Like this is like at the base of it, this is what human society needs? Honestly? Like we can have certain people that just like take a back seat for a little bit, and like everything can technically still function. Like I guess people weren't, going out and shopping crazy. They weren't flying around the world anymore. But like basically, everybody can run off this much human labor. This is an interesting case study. I did, and the day I caught it, I didn't go out at all except to go to an ALP branch meeting, and it's not like someone coughed in my face. I caught it. The day I caught it, I didn't go out at all except, okay. And I was the only one at the meeting that caught it. God damn it. All right, let's let this guy finish, shall we? What we got? Oh, yeah, it's almost done.
Often begins from a faulty understanding of their consciousness about hierarchy and empower them to resist domination both here and in the future. The question of defending the revolutionary process often begins from a faulty
and then forcing people to lock down led to the BLM riots. Do you reckon those two are linked? Yeah. Interesting.
understanding of what anarchist social revolution actually entails. People ask this question with the assumption of a situation akin to civil war. My first response is to clarify, as I just did, what anarchists actually mean by social revolution. Revolution is a constant process that aims to continuously unmake hierarchy, not a flip of the switch or just war on the streets. Only on that foundational understanding can I answer the question of how anarchists might deal with authoritarian reaction. Quite simply, by the use of organized force. Neither force nor organization, as we established, are intrinsically tied to hierarchy. Social revolution would involve upending the ideology that reinforces hierarchical power, dismantling the institutions that facilitate that power, and defending against the reaction of authorities by people themselves. Self-emancipation is the goal, so building a resilient and liberatory alternative to the status quo will inevitably produce a group of people driven to jealously guard their own liberty. Once there's a genuine interest in pursuing and defending their freedom, people will choose to fight for themselves and their loved ones. They don't need to be commanded to do so by an authority that will only prove counter-revolutionary to their freedom.
Well, because of the lockdowns, I learned how to bake again.
All that might be needed is a measure of coordination. As I described it earlier, this would just require that individuals, preferably with expertise, consult and facilitate communication between defensive groups that have a shared responsibility to each other and a shared commitment to success. Something I neglected to mention in my video on the state is an observation.
Absolutely. People went stir crazy and got fired up at the first thing. First thing happened to be a porn star high on speedball and fentanyl. Fair enough. Interesting.
That Galus made in Worship in Power, which is that colonizing states appointed leaders to the horizontal societies they were trying to absorb. Why? Because hierarchical societies are easier to control and more vulnerable to the conquest of more powerful hierarchies. If a stateless people have no hierarchies that a colonizing state can exploit, then state institutions will need to be provided. Otherwise, the colonizing state has very few possibilities to expand its control beyond attempted genocide or demanded tribute. An ungovernable people cannot be as easily conquered as a people already under the yoke of rule. Part of how we defend ourselves from authorities must involve refusing the seemingly pragmatic introduction of authority. Finally, in responding to the question of defense, we must recognize that just like capitalists don't do the work that produces their capital, authorities don't do the violence that defends their authority. They order others in the form of police, military, or private security to fight for them. Given that subordinates are the ones who bear the cost of protracted conflict, history shows rates of desertion and occasional mutinies that anarchists can potentially take advantage of. Ultimately, the pursuit of anarchy is an unending struggle that requires ongoing analysis and flexible adaptation to ever-changing conditions. There is no single prescription or plan set in stone. We need a diversity of strategies and experiments guided by anarchic principles to see success. I see many new anarchists fall into the trap of limiting their imagination to what has already existed. But it's important to keep in mind that Civil War Spain, Black Army Ukraine, and the Zapatistas are not the boundaries of anarchist possibilities. Historical attempts at anarchist or decolonial social revolutions, while making some significant strides, still fell short, had structural failings, and made strategic errors. In Anarchy Works, Gelderloos challenges us to think deeper about our history, raising questions about isolation, alliances, repression, collaboration, and impermanence. I recommend engaging with those questions and remembering that while it's good to look at what worked in the past, there's no need to limit ourselves to what worked in the past. We in the present must understand that anarchy is something we're striving toward that has yet to ever be achieved. Anarchy is unprecedented. That realization can feel damning to some, but I find it exciting and liberating.
It's an interesting point as well. Like, a lot of people make this argument about like communism and stuff like that. They're like, yeah, true, real communism hasn't been tried, like, kind of thing. And like, people that are obviously opposed to the idea of communism, they love that. They wait for people to fall into that trap. Like, oh, but you haven't done real communism. What he's saying is there's been forays with anarchism in modern society. The Zapatistas, the Spanish Civil War, the anarchists of Spain, in the Ukraine with the Black Army. There was an anarchist, like kind of an anarchist opposition or uprising within the Soviet Union, or before it really formed into the Soviet Union. And he's like, these are nice examples of like organizing around anarchist grounds, but they didn't bring in like an end game anarchist society, which is the same idea when it comes to like communism in the 20th century. None of those societies, although they called themselves communists, never reached the level of a communist society where there was no property relations. There was no class system or anything like that. Like, it didn't happen. And so like what he's saying is that's a good thing. That's not a problem. That like these things, this hasn't been achieved before. Anarchy hasn't actually been done properly. Or communism, like anarchy in its final stage, communism in its final stage, they're the same fucking thing if you ask me. Like, it's not a bad thing that these things haven't been achieved. It's actually liberating because it gives us potential to figure out what to do to get there. And, you know, it's up to us to deliver that form of society. You wouldn't want to know if those things have been tried, actually, and those things were achieved in the past, because that's very limiting. Because, you know, that was based in another historical context with another level of development of the means of production, like technology, our understanding of the world, all that sort of stuff. We've advanced a long way since, 100 years ago, when there were anarchists in Spain that had taken power before they were brutally crushed. Let me just add. But like, it's 100 years. There's a lot of stuff has changed. It's not a bad thing. We could actually, it's not a bad thing that it was never achieved in the past or fully realized in the past, and we should continue to develop towards these things. It's an argument that I do appreciate, because I don't think we've ever moved away from capitalism, even if there's been like struggles within it that have tried to live differently. It's not like the world system changed, the world economy changed when we had the Soviet Union. They were a little bit more isolationist. But like generally capitalism was quite fine and quite healthy, actually. If they could just get to the part where millions don't starve, then skip that part, it would be great, LOL. Yeah, well, look, in the 20th century, when people were trying to industrialize, that sort of stuff was pretty common, actually, even in like, Europe. So like where there was industrial revolutions happening, Germany, England, and the USA, they had massive periods of destabilization, starvation, and problems with supply chains when they tried to industrialize. I think the lesson really is not that communism means that millions of people starve. It's actually industrialization, rapid industrialization, when the UK rapidly industrialized, it really fucked up the working class, like massively in England, and in like the surrounds in the British Isles. In the US, like it fucked up the working people a lot, and like drew people from the land who were self-sufficient into the cities, tore people off the land and into the cities, and like people lived in some pretty horrendous conditions, and like a lot of people died because of unsanitary conditions, non-access to food, and just general squalor. Like everywhere that somebody industrializes, it fucks a lot of people up. I think that's the general lesson that comes. And so like in the 20th century, you already had established industrial societies and their competitors who were using communism to help liberate themselves and then rapidly industrialize. They were like, see, this is what happens when people do communism. It's like, well, that's what happens when people fucking industrialize, and they're under a lot of pressure to do so with enormous populations. Just the way it happens. It's the way the cookie crumbles when you industrialize. It's the cost of industrialization when they're already, as you described before, dilemmas, there are already people that have invented the wheel and they're putting pressure on you with their swords and their superior technology. So like that's kind of what happens, to be honest. If you rapidly industrialize under those conditions, it takes a big toll, and you make some pretty you can make some pretty questionable decisions too. My counter to that is the 21st century is different from the 20th century. Your tech bros are already structuring their companies as planned ecosystems. They are. We can plan our economies if we want to. Yeah, they actually are a good example of that, of how they can do planned economies pretty well. Like look at Woolworths, for example, or Coles in Australia. The enormity of those systems. They basically feed and provide the basic and convenience items of the entire country. They're planned economies, basically. You could easily take over those structures and their logistics, and just like collectivize that or nationalize it or something like that. Take it out of private hands. It was all about privatization of vital infrastructure like India, Africa, South Africa, stealing the wealth. Yes. Yeah. Privatization or opening up to the market, especially like India, Africa, all that sort of like open them up to the market. Open up, and that's not just like taking their resources. It was like the people as well. Opening up the people, like opening up their labor to the market. Good pod episode with Kareem at Mystery. Which one specifically for us? Look at Britain privatization of water with 300 billion in profits to shareholders. It's crazy. Is that how much they've gotten from that? 300 billion? Because I know like there's been a lot of contention recently or at the moment with like the privatization of water and like how the service has dwindled massively, and they've done some pretty questionable stuff, like just dumped raw sewage into the River Thames and stuff like that. I didn't realize that's how much money they're making out of that. Seems it's less capitalism versus communism, but it's rather is which is the lesser of two evils given historical examples. Yeah, I don't think it's really capitalism versus communism in that sense. I just think, again, historically, as you said, when societies have gone through, whether they've done it through the free market or through communism, when they've gone through rapid industrialization efforts, like it just screws up a lot of people. A lot of people go without food. A lot of people live in squalor, and like a lot of sacrifices are made on the general population in order to get there, like massive sacrifices. When we talked about Woolies and and the possibility of planned economies and algo, yes, that's right. Yeah, it was privatized in 1986, I think. Yeah, and they've done some crazy shit. I can't believe how much money they've gotten. 300 billion? And like that's like what's so wrong about these types of operations. Like these are human rights, right? Like access to water, like you shouldn't really have to pay for water, I believe. If you had structured your society well, like you should, like water should be free. Like honestly. Yeah, it was Sorry, it's a very American-centric framing. Them darn Reds under the beds. It's a big thing. Like we spoke about before, like they really needed to make sure, because communism was spreading in Europe, especially after World War II, especially after everyone beat the fascists. They were like, all right, well, the Soviet Union helped out. Let's try that one. Let's go with that, please. And like, yeah, they really needed to frame the narrative and destroy the idea of communism. It's a scary thing. Communism?
Base our judgment of what is possible only on what we have observed, we are doomed to create nothing new. There was a time when what exists now could not have been conceived, when the divine right of kings seemed inescapable, and yet here we are. We exist at a time with access to more knowledge than ever.
The divine right of kings, hey? I wonder if this is going to age well. We've got the Dark Enlightenment coming, brother. Hey, Courtesy Oven and the CEO Kings, they're coming.
Or what humans are capable of. Something not existent today does not mean it cannot be created tomorrow. Failures of the past do not guarantee failures of the future. Perhaps the anarchist philosophy is obscure now, but that says nothing of its merit for what comes next. Perhaps anarchy can never be achieved, but anyone who favors concrete steps toward free association and against hierarchy is an ally of mine. As Malatesta said, the subject is not whether we accomplish anarchism today, tomorrow, or within 10 centuries, but that we walk towards anarchism today, tomorrow, and always. I know that this project doesn't interest everyone, for any number of reasons, and as I said in my Leftist Disunity video, that's a difference in perspective I can accommodate to a point. I don't necessarily need everyone to identify as anarchists yet, but I will do what I can to get people on the road to at least questioning their hierarchical assumptions. I will not compromise my principles, but I also will not refuse to build resilience with others in the face of our global crisis. As a final note, don't trust anyone who claims to have all the answers. I'm not an anarchist because I have all the answers or think anarchism answers all my questions. I'm an anarchist because I'm curious to find the answers that exist outside the hierarchies I consider responsible for the state of affairs we're in. I'm an anarchist because I see value in pursuing these answers through what I consider the creativity, honesty, and flexibility of the anarchist framework. All power to all the people. Peace. A special thank you to Sean Bartley for his unique artistic contribution to this video. Be sure to support his Patreon, linked in the description below. Before you go...
There, good on you, Sean. You sick dog. Yeah, we got to the end of it. It's like taken like 2 weeks now, and we finally got to the end of it. He does go on. Like, it's a long piece. I'm not sure if all of his content is like this. It was a good video. It's fucking dense, though. It's fucking dense as fuck. Yeah. But, like, he definitely knows his shit, doesn't he? There's only one other anarchist content creator. I can't remember what her name is. Oh, my God. What's her name? She makes great videos. Far out. But, like, yeah, she explains anarchism really well. Kind of like this guy. But, like, yeah, the terminology was strong. And they do long video essays. Yeah, anarchists love their video essays, and they do long video essays. Yes, they do. Now, who's been hanging out today? There's been heaps of people. If you've been interacting today, can I just say, yeah, big thank you. And like, we've had a few new people in the house as well. So I'm sorry if I miss you, but Dilemmas, Jag, Jet B was in the house. There was Googly Eye Enjoyer was here for a little bit, so thanks to them for interacting. 4IS was in the house, is in the house. Jag, who else we got here? Dr. Nathan was hanging out too. If I've missed anyone, I'm sorry. Tom Jones is back. Will JT, Cheese Swiss, Avalava keeping the stream chat down. Grand Tifa was in the house too. Not sure if people are still hanging out now. But yeah, it is time to move yourself over to Twitch if you haven't done so already. We're going to be doing a raid, but that only happens in Twitch land. So if you've been interacting today, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, if you want to come to Twitch, you can find indoctrination that way. Cheers, mate, and everyone. And if you've been watching this and you're new, like I said, subscribe, hit the subscribe button, make sure you hit the notification bell so you get all the notifications, follow, etc. And like, yeah, it's good to interact with everyone today. It's been an interesting one, and we are going to raid out now. So if you're over on Twitch land, hold on to your butts, because we're going to be raiding Indoctrinate very soon. There we go. Just setting that up. All right, so we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. You know how it is. And yeah, we will continue our discussions on the morrow. Until then, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery, and I will see you then. Let's see if this raid's working, shall we? I think we are good. We've got a few people over here too, by the look of it. Yeah. See you on the morrow. Appreciate everybody. See you later.